Hey guys, you are watching your anime world. How are you all? Please support to subscribe this channel for watching new interesting stories. So in this video, we will see what if Deku was trained by a mysterious pro hero. Here is short summary. The Sludge Villain is captured without any interference, and instead Izuku finds himself under the tutelage of the number 9 hero, though she seems to be a little too interested in him and knows far more than she is letting on. But before we start, if you want more stuff like this, then be sure to subscribe and like this video. And if possible, share this video with your friends. Now let's start the story. I'm dying. Am I dying? Izuku thought as he struggles with what may be his final breath to break free of the Sludge Villain that had ambushed him, but it was to no avail as his hands try to grasp his form only to pass right through them. You can't grab me, I'm fluid. The villain laughs, but thanks for your help. You're my hero. Words that would have brought forth tears of joy for Izuku in another life instead fill him with despair and angst. This was it. He was going to perish without ever fulfilling his dream of being a hero, never living up to his idol, All Might. He was never going to be able to save people. This would be no different than if he had taken Katsuki's advice and took a swan dive off the school's roof. He was going to leave his mother all alone, crying her eyes over what happened to her only child, while his father would only hear about via phone call while overseas. His mind floods with all the memories of his life. The tauntings, the beatings, the countless people telling him that he could not be a hero because he was quirkless. Somebody, he cries with his last remaining breath, no. This was too easy. The Sludge Villain told himself, with his body, I'll be able to sneak right past All Might and get away. All Might will be the least of your worries if you don't let that kid go, a calm feminine voice says from the front of the tunnel. Huh? The villain said as he turns around to see two people standing behind him. One of them needed no introduction as it was the very man he had been trying to evade, while the other was a woman with chin-length buddy hair and thin, yellow, eyes with slit pupils. She was dressed in a dark red, traditional kippah and had something that seemed to resemble claws covering her right eye. Wait, how did you find me? The Sludge Villain. With a smell like yours it wasn't difficult, the woman says. Indeed, for the stench of villainy will always be found by the fragrant nose of the symbol of peace in those who aid him, All Might proclaims, and the woman briefly throws him a side glance before returning her attention back to the villain. Realizing that he was easily outmatched, the Sludge Villain tries to make a break for it through the opposite end of the tunnel, even lashing out with tendrils at his pursuers, though both manages to skillfully evade them. Afterwards, All Might charges forward but comes to a stop just as another tendril came at him, but this was severed from its wielder by the woman, who slices it clean off with her right hand, which seemed to have transformed into claws. But how? I'm fluid, the Sludge Villain shouts. Never underestimate a dragon, the woman merely says, while All Might, taking the opportunity, reels his arm back with his fist clench and sends it forward at the villain despite being out of range of him. Texas smash! He shouts as he does so, and a jet of pressure comes shooting out of directly in front of his fist, catching the Sludge Villain head on, who felt his entire body start to come apart. Wind pressure! Sludge Villain screams as he splatters apart, freeing Izuku from his prison. The boy was barely holding onto his consciousness as he was released, only able to catch a glimpse of his savior as he fell to the ground. All Might was all he could get out as he embraces the darkness, not knowing that he was saved from hitting the ground by the woman who caught him. Ha! All Might laughs before giving a salute to the woman. Thank you for aiding me in apprehending this villain. I might have lost him if you did not locate him for me. It was an honor, All Might. Besides, we were due for a team-up anyway, even though it wasn't as grand as the fans would have hoped it would be, the woman answers while still looking at the boy cradle in her arms. Ha! You were right about that. You have a bright future ahead of you, especially being in the top 10 at such a young age. While I still have a few doubts about some of the decisions you have made recently, that is neither here nor there, All Might proclaims before looking at the boy, still pass out from the ordeal. Should we take this young man to a hospital? I think he will be just fine as long as he gets some rest, the lady states before surveying the area around them. You should probably gather up this guy before he reforms again. All Might takes a garner at the blobs of sludge all over the place, including one giant one that resemble a face. He looks to be knocked out at the moment, but he would come to eventually. You are correct. I will start right on that, he declares before noticing a small notebook on the ground. It was charred a bit, but he could still make out writing on the top of it. What is this? He wonders as he reaches down and reads the contents of it, though while he was doing so, he swore he heard the woman behind him whisper to no one in particular the words, "I can't believe I finally got to meet him," though he ignores this and assumes that she was talking about him as he pulls out a pen. Meanwhile, in another part of town. "Oi, Katsuki," Kasumi asks her older twin brother as the two of them and their gang were hanging out in a nearby alley. "Yeah, what do you want?" he replies back as he kept bouncing his ball off the alley wall. "Don't you think you were going a bit too far with telling Deku to jump off the roof of the school?" the girl asks. "The idiot might actually do it." "The I did," Katsuki shouts. "If he does do it, it's his own fault for thinking he can be a hero without a quirk. He needs to learn that this is how the world works. It's not meant to be fair, it's just the way things are. Besides, not like anyone other than his mom and dad is going to miss him. Still, maybe you shouldn't have been so hard on him," Kasumi says. "You could get in serious trouble if he actually jumps." "The hell I will. I'm going to be the next #1 hero, so if a quirkless nobody like Deku wants to off himself, that has nothing to do with me," Katsuki states. "Oi, I'm going to be the next #1 hero, you can be #2 because you got that shitty attitude," Kasumi argues. "No, I am. No, me." Their goons could only let out a collective sigh as the twins argue back and forth while wondering whether or not they should step in before the siblings came to blows. And seeing how they were not that far from the school, perhaps they should before those blows got explosive. Back to Izuku. He was in a dream. A dream of powerful beings who were at the top of the food chain no matter where they went. A dream of mighty creatures who soar through the skies, dispersing large clouds by merely passing straight through them. A dream of extraordinary beasts who shook the earth whenever they walk. A dream of legendary monsters whose very roar shook the heavens. A dream of dragons. Within a massive valley with an endless blue sky above it, a large number of them were clashing in a massive battle of claws and fangs in the air and on the ground, all while he was right in the middle, watching them try to kill each other. There was one that was crimson red who wielded a fiery breath so hot it was as though the entrance of hell was in its gaping maw. Another one had scales that were of solid gold, and Izuku for a split moment figured that just one of them, or even just a piece of one, would ensure that his mother would never have to work another day in her life and his dad could finally come home for good from working overseas. While most of them had wings, more than a few of them lumber on the ground, though they were just as ferocious and deadly as the ones in the sky. There were even quite a number of that were able to soar through the sky without having any wings at all, as though some magical force was allowing them to do so. There was a horde of dragons in Izuku's dream, but he found his main focus shifting to the 10 flying directly over him, including the aforementioned red and gold. So large were these specific creatures that their bodies block out the sun, and Izuku could feel the wind being produced by the mere flapping of their wings. Without warning, the 10 of them swooped down from the sky and landed in 2 separate groups on either side of him, setting off minor earthquakes in the process which knocked Izuku off his feet. On his left was the red dragon along with a sky blue one, a forest green one, a jet black dragon, and finally, a snow white one. Izuku could feel a distinctive aura oozing off of each of them, and if he had to describe each one of them respectively in 2 words, it would be as follows. The red was arrogant and destructive. The blue was cunning and manipulative. The green was obsessive and deceiving. The black was sadistic and malicious. The white was savage and predatory. On his right, there was the gold dragon, who was accompanied by a silver dragon, one that was bronze-like, a copper one, and finally a brass one, and much like the other group, they each had an individual aura about them that could be described in 2 words. The gold was benevolent and virtuous. The silver was strict and dutiful. The bronze was trustworthy and dedicated. The copper was humorous and quick-witted. The brass was gregarious and talkative. All of them were massive, so much that they would tower over even the pro-hero Mt. Lady without issue. Both groups were glaring at one another, seemingly ignoring Izuku despite him being directly in the middle of them, and any other time Izuku would have soiled his pants if he was in this sort of situation, but for reasons he could not explain there was not a hint of fear within his body, a rare occurrence. Suddenly, the two groups started moving toward each other, almost marching. Their wings were spread outward toward the skies, their growls echo throughout the landscape, and their claws digging up massive chunks of dirt with every ground-shaking step. Within moments they were in each other's faces, snarling and snapping their jaws at one another while Izuku could only sit and watch, cranking his neck up to witness the sight. Then came the breath attacks. Spewing forth from their mouths like a flood bursting from the dam, the 10 dragons unleash their elemental might at one another. The brass and white dragon clash in an epic duel of poison gas and ice that decay the plants and froze the ground around them. The copper and black dragon battle it out with their respective attacks being nothing more than gouts of acid which dissolve the surrounding plant life and even the ground itself into nothing more than large puddles of goo. The bronze and green dragon fought in a bout of lightning and miasma breaths that sent sparks of electricity throughout the surrounding area along with clouds of deadly corrosive gas. The silver and blue dragon collide in a storm of ice and lightning that froze and electrified the air within their proximity. Finally, the gold and red dragon each used their fire breaths on one another to superheat both the ground and air within their vicinity. So intense was the temperature from their flames that for a brief moment in time Izuku thought that the very fabric of existence itself was going to be burned away as mere collateral damage. But no sooner did the battles begin did they cease. Then came the roars, the heaven-splitting roars that force Izuku to cover his ears to prevent his eardrums from bleeding. The ground shook underneath him, the air around him vibrant with such an intensity he could barely breathe let alone think. He felt like his entire body was about to collapse on itself just by the sheer pressure of the sound waves that were being produced. Izuku closed his eyes tight for it was all he could do in such a situation. He wanted it all to end. He knew he was in a dream but he could not wake up no matter how much he wanted to. It was like some unseen force was making him unable to do nothing but sit there and endure it even if his body was about to give out. Soon the other dragons were joining in, adding their thunderous roars to the draconian choir. But just as quickly as it started, it stops and all was silent. Slowly, Izuku took his hands off his ears and opened his eyes. In doing so he was greeted by a sight that left him completely breathless. Every single dragon, including the 10 that were within spitting distance of him, were all bowing their heads to him as if he was royalty. It was then that he senses a massive presence directly above him and he looks up to see the sky as his eyes shot open and he sat up so fast that he made himself dizzy from it. Through his hazy vision he realizes that he was still in the alleyway, only a couple of feet from where he was. Izuku found himself searching frantically all around, as if he was expecting the Sludge Villain to attack him again. "You can relax now, kid, no one is going to hurt you," he hears a voice from behind him say and snaps around to see the number 9 hero, Ryukyu. He shouts as soon as he spots the famous heroine leaning on the alley wall, her arms crossed in a nonchalant way. "What are you doing here?" The Dragoon Hero regards the boy with an emotionless stare, as though she was studying him for whatever reason. Said stare did nothing to calm Izuku's nerves as he found himself getting extremely uncomfortable by the lack of an answer. Finally, after an eerie period of silence the woman spoke. "I was passing through and just so happened to run into All Might who was tracking that sludge villain that attacked you," she answers and Izuku's eyes widen at the mention of All Might. "All Might was here?" Izuku asks. "He was but he had to leave to take the sludge villain to the police though he did sign your notebook," Ryuko Tatsuma aka Ryukyu spoke. Izuku instantly looks down where his notebook was laying right at his feet. It was open and in large bold words was All Might's signature. "Ah, All Might gave me his autograph. This will be a family heirloom," he declares as a river of tears escape. The number 9 pro hero regards the boy in front of her for another moment in silence as her eyes rove up and down his body. Then she starts to walk toward him and Izuku must have sensed her doing so for he stops crying and turns to look at her. As she got ever closer to him he felt himself backing up more and more until he finally found himself against the wall of the alley with Ryukyu looking at him, her silted yellow eyes staring into his very soul like a cat eyeing its prey, and Izuku could feel his cheeks getting warm from how close she was to him. A normal reaction seeing how Ryukyu was easily one of the most attractive heroines in Japan, right there alongside Mirko and Midnight. "Do you feel completely fine?" she then asks as she leans into him. "Do you feel different in any way whatsoever?" "Huh," Izuku replies, caught off guard by the question. "I feel fine. Thank you for the concern. Well, if everything is all right then I'll be taking my leave," she states as wings grew out of her back. "Farewell, Izuku Midoriya. Until we meet again." Without even waiting for a response from the green-haired boy, Ryukyu shot into the air and soon disappeared from his sight as she took off toward the main part of the city. For a few moments the quirkless child found himself staring up into the sky, watching the clouds go by as the gentle breeze pushed them along. This has been one eventful day, he told himself as he started making his way home, though in the back of his mind one question started to brew. How did she know my name? That night after Izuku got home and had dinner by himself as his mom had to work late, he was in his room scribbling down all the notes he could recall from his old, now destroyed but surely not going to be thrown away notebook and putting in a new one he had on hand. While he was able to recall a good portion of them, there was still a lot of it that was lost. Guess I'll have to start over with my research and watching videos of them using their quirks. Probably be easier to start with the top 10 and go from there. Even though I pretty much know all about All Might, he admits to himself as he logs onto his computer and onto the official hero billboard chart. From there he goes to the link that brings him to the Japanese pro heroes, where he heads toward the very top to study. But it was at that moment that he stops and focuses on a name that caught his attention. Dragoon Hero. Ryukyu. After a second of staring, Izuku moves the mouse and clicks on her name, taking him to a profile of the heroine. She is 26 years old and is from the island of Okinawa, the only pro hero from that island and the only Ryukyu hero in general. Her quirk is simply known as Dragon, and while this grants her the ability to not only turn herself into a large dragon, but she can even downplay this to having her parts of her body become dragon-like while remaining at normal size. Her most well-known display of this particular ability within her quirk is that she is able to grow wings out of her back to fly, and this allows her to rival even the wing hero Hawks in the skies in both speed and maneuverability. This alone has gathered a large following among the populace, with even more than a couple of fellow pro heroes wanting a race between the two to determine who is the overall better flyer, he said aloud as he takes note of all the forums that were dedicated to her, a few that even he himself has visited in the past. He quickly clicks on the one that was most popular and was surprised to see what the top topic was. Has the Dragoon Hero stagnated? Huh? What is this about? Izuku wonders as he clicks. As he reads through the statements and such, he was baffled to see that a number of people have claimed that the number of cases that Ryukyu has solved has dropped significantly in the past 2 years, as well as her public appearances, including those involving the Girl Scouts of the Japan, of which she is a major contributor to. In fact, she just recently in the last few months dropped her sponsorship with the organization despite being the highest-ranking pro hero, besides All Might, that associate with it. While she was still taking down powerful villains and helping people in need, it didn't compare to how she was when she first started out, and has many people wondering if this is a sign that she was going to quit the pro hero's life soon. Some have even pointed out that she has not changed into her dragon form in almost 2 years, despite that being a major part of her hero persona. A few people counter this comment with that she has simply not run into a situation that requires her to do so, be it a villain or something else, and that her normal form has handled everything thrown at her just fine. Well, that's odd, Izuku comments, wondering why a pro hero as young as Ryukyu seemed to be slowing down despite being in her prime, or why she was not using her dragon form more often. It was while he was pondering this thought that something occurred to him. What was she doing in Musutafu? Searching for the latest news about the draconic heroine, he discovers that she had recently moved to the city about a month ago from her original turf of Tokyo. Rumor also has it that she plans on forming a team with the newly debuted pro hero, Minayama Hero. Mount Lady, although a few people in the forum have stated that this was nothing more than an attempt by Mount Lady to ride Ryukyu's coattails and move higher in the ranks quickly. Well, that explains that, Izuku says. Wonder what got her doing this all of a sudden. He suddenly screams as he clutches his head and falls to the floor. Asir, Vutha, Ular, Achuok, Vercharir. A voice echo within his mind speaks, but with a pressure so immense that Izuku felt his brain was about to explode. Ajir, Rage, Orage, Orn, Ver Oryx. It kept saying, and each word was like a nail being pounded into his skull. With each word, pictures of the 10 dragons from his earlier dream appear in his head, each one roaring directly at him. The voice repeated these words over and over again. "Stop it, please. Stop." Izuku begs as the pain was becoming unbearable, even worse than the near suffocation he suffered at the hands of the slime villain. But just when Izuku thought his life was about to expire, the pain ceases and it was as if it had never happened at all. Too exhausted by the day's events, Izuku refused to get back up and merely settled to laying on the floor as he embraces the cousin of death. A full moon lit up the night sky above the Midoriya's apartment residence while only a few clouds dotted the horizon. If one was to be awake at this time and look up toward the lunar body, they just might have a chance of spotting a single figure floating in the air. So now the time has finally come and the path of destiny can finally be taken. I can only hope that judgment was not misplaced with that boy, the figure says before disappearing into the night. When Izuku awoke the following morning, he felt completely fine. In fact, he felt better than fine. He felt better than he has ever felt before, despite the fact he spent the night on the floor. "Strange," he said as he got dressed for school and hurried to eat the breakfast his mom made for him before she left for work. As he exits through the door, he finds himself stopping just in front of his apartment. The reason for this action was because everything seemed loud. It was not unbearable, but for some reason it was exceptionally noisy all of a sudden in the area surrounding his apartment, from the cars driving by to the dogs barking. He could even hear his neighbors yelling, something they have never done before. But as he takes a gander to the area adjacent to his apartment complex, he quickly realizes that it was no more crowded than it was normally, with only a few cars passing through and even less people walking around at this time of day. Confused by this but deciding that he didn't have time to think about it much, Izuku set off for school. Man, yesterday was something else. From my twins destroying my notebook to the slime villain, Ryukyu, and those weird dreams. Izuku muttered to himself as he began crossing the street at the crosswalk in the market district. Hopefully days like that don't become a common occurrence for me, though I wouldn't mind see Ryukyu again if only to get an autograph. Maybe she can introduce me to All Might, he said gleefully. Honnnnnnnnkkkkkk. The sound of car honk draws his attention to his left, where he spots a truck barreling toward him, and Izuku felt his whole world come to a halt. Oh crap, baskets. Izuku thought as he feels his body begins to move backwards out of the way. Through his eyes, he spots the driver of the vehicle, an expression of pure terror etched on his face while a cell phone was in his right hand. He takes in the details of the truck and notices how it had a couple dents on the front hood along with a small crack in the glass above the passenger's seat, as well as more than a few bird droppings in various spots. As the car sped by him, Izuku takes note of the rest of the truck as he notices the letters along its side that read Hatsume Industries and how some of the paint was beginning to chip off on a few of the letters. In no time at all, he found himself back on the side of the street where he began his crossing as the truck blows on by and comes to a screeching halt not far from him. Within moments, the driver steps out of his vehicle, a look of relief now on his face. "Hey kid, are you okay?" he shouts to Izuku as he came running up to him. "Yes sir, I'm fine." He manages to get out. The man leans over and gives Izuku a long bow as he apologizes. "Oh man, I shouldn't have taken this second shift. I was starting to fall asleep at the wheel and I was talking to my wife in an effort to stay awake. Anyway, sorry about that, kid. It's a good thing you seem to have a speed quirk, or that could have ended badly. You moved so fast I didn't even see you until you were already back on the sidewalk, which is saying something seeing how you were right in front of my truck," he says as he comes back up. "You're sure you're okay, kid?" he asks again, though he had yet to realize that Izuku's thoughts were 1,000 miles away. What is he talking about? A speed quirk? Izuku thoughts before nodding his head once more. "I'm okay, mister." "All right then, son. You head on to school and take care now," the man awkwardly said as he scratches the back of his head and made his way back to his truck. As he got in and drove off with a wave through his window, Izuku was still trying to wrap his head around what just transpired. Was the truck really that close that moving out of the way of it in time would have require a speed quirk of some kind? Like the one Turbo Hero Ingenium has? I thought I simply took a step back to avoid getting hit. Izuku spoke to himself as he continues his walk to Aldera Junior High. He was now walking through an alley which was connected to the main road that in turn would take him directly to the front gate of the school. But that's crazy, I'm quirkless, and who have ever heard of someone developing a quirk at my age? Izuku told himself, even if it hurt him inside. Watch out! He suddenly hears a voice call from above him, and he looks up to see a large metal flower pot coming down straight toward his face. As he watches the pot slowly come closer and closer down at him, Izuku notices something else moving into his field of vision. It was his hand, wide open and positioning itself right in the path of the flower pot on reflex. His hand caught the pot with zero difficulty, it feeling as light as a rubber ball in his palm. Whoa, he says in a soft whisper as he lowers the pot with ease and places it on the ground. It was a moment later that a young couple come running out of the house that he was walking by. I am so sorry about that. The woman instantly bows. The man following suit a moment later. I was watering the plant and the board it was sitting on gave out. We have been meaning to get it replaced, but we never got around to it, but now we'll make sure to get it fixed. Izuku found himself a little caught off guard by all this and could only nervously laugh as he rubs his neck. It's all right. I wasn't hurt and your plant pot is still in good shape, so, no harm no foul. He tries to tell them, before suddenly hearing the school bell ring off, signaling that he only had about 5 minutes before he was late for class. I have to get going before I'm late. Take care, he has as he slightly bows and then takes off running, leaving the man and woman in the alley by themselves with their plant pot. That kid must have some sort of strength quirk or something, the man mutters as he began to lift the pot, straining as he struggles a bit to pick it up. This thing must weigh at least 40 kilograms, and yet his scrawny caught it like it was nothing with one hand. Izuku finds himself coming to a stop just as he got on the main road and turns around back to the couple. 40 kilograms? A strength quirk? What's going on with everyone today? He thought before continuing on his way, not even realizing that the distance between him and the couple was at least now 50 feet away, yet he heard the man as clear as day. Izuku then takes a look at his All Might's watch and freaks out. Holy crap! I'm going to be late, he screams before taking off. At the entrance to Aldera Junior High, Coach Yamada was still nursing a hangover from last night's drinking while preparing to close the gates to the school when Izuku came running through them with a burst of speed he did not think the boy was capable of. What the hell? He initially thought before regaining his composure, his pounding head getting worse. Oi, get your to class. Izuku profusely apologizes as he heads toward the front door, but not before picking up Coach Yamada's last sentence. Freaking useless quirkless kid. Izuku snaps his head around, but surprised to see that not only did Coach Yamada have his back turned, he was actually walking away from Izuku's position, massaging his temples. So how did I hear him? Izuku thought as he made his way into school before stopping and realizing where he just ran from. He looks down at his watch and is amazed to see that barely 2 minutes have passed since the flower pot incident. How did I get here so fast? Izuku makes it to his seat with little time to spare just as the teacher walks in and put his teaching material down at the desk. Settle down, students, so we can begin our lessons for the day, he announces, but Izuku once more found himself deep in thought as he tries to make sense of recent events. He even went as far as ignoring the jeers and insults the Bakugo twins and their gang were sending his way, mainly pertaining to Izuku's statement from yesterday that he was going to try to get into UA and become a hero. But like everyone in the school knew, the twins had big egos and did not take too kindly to such a gesture, especially by someone like Izuku who they consider beneath them. It was Jim and Coach Yamada let the class split up into 2 groups. One got to play baseball while the others got to just sit around and watch them play, while he of course stood off to the side to nurse his still enduring hangover. Izuku found himself sitting alone in the bleachers away from everyone else, but oddly enough, this time he prefers it as he was still in the midst of trying to figure out what has been going on today. What's going on today? He asks himself. First it was the truck, then the flower pot, how fast I got to school, and suddenly I can hear people clearly even if they are far away, and it all started yesterday after having that dream. He theorizes aloud as he jolted down all the details he could remember into his new notebook, which he was originally going to use to copy down pro heroes and their quirks. Something in his gut was telling him that the dream and everything that had happened this morning were connected. There was a red, blue, green, black, and white dragon on my right. Then there was a gold, silver, bronze, copper, and brass on my left. The red was across from the gold. The silver was across from the blue. The bronze was on the opposite side of the green, while the copper was on the other side of the black. And finally the brass and white dragons were across from each other. I wonder if this means anything. Oi, Deku, heads up, useless. He suddenly hears and looks up in time to see a baseball propelling straight toward him at an alarming and dangerous velocity. Just like this morning, Izuku's body began to move as his reflexes kick in. In an instant, his free hand came up and caught the ball like it was nothing, his hand not even feeling the impact. He brings the ball down and looks at it for a moment before looking up toward the direction it came from. He spots Katsuki and Kasumi along with their goons standing directly in front of him quite a distance away on the field, the older twin still in the middle of a throwing position, but Izuku could clearly see the look of surprise on his eyes and the rest of his school bullies. Izuku takes a look at the ball and back to Katsuki for a moment and then to his notebook. He could go to Coach Yamada or the rest of the school's staff about this, but nothing would happen, for nothing ever happened to the Bakugo twins. Those two had the most powerful quirks in school and were aiming for UA, something that the principal and staff of Aldera Junior High highly prided themselves on and went to great length to make sure nothing would stop them from getting in. This even included the process of sweeping certain incidents involving them under the rug. Even worse, both of them aced the prestigious school's mock exams, and the twins even had personal trainers that their parents paid for helping them after school to better prepare themselves. So, in the back of his mind, Izuku simply figured that since no harm was caused to him and nothing would come of him going to a higher authority, he did something that no one who knew him even just a tiny bit would ever thought he'd do. He merely tosses the ball over his shoulder and went back to his notes, basically signaling to everyone who was watching that he considers the Bakugo twins and their antics beneath him and not worth his attention. Unfortunately, along with what occurred in class this morning, Katsuki was at his wits' end with Izuku. Disrespect, and started marching toward him. Whoa, whoa, whoa. One of his goons calls out from behind him, "Where do you think you're going?" "I'm going to show that useless Deku not to look down on me. He isn't just going to ignore me like I'm not worth his time." Katsuki shouts as he stops and tiny explosions could be seen popping out of his palms. "Yeah, okay. But what about Coach Yamada?" Another member of the group asks. He looks the other way whenever there aren't a lot of people around like the other teachers, but we're in the middle of class. Even he will have to take action if you try something. A smirk stretches across Katsuki's lips. Please. No one is going to raise a finger for that useless piece garbage. They want me to get into UA so badly that I could use my quirk on school's ground and get away with it. Speaking of which, I just might. And with that he started to resume his march toward Izuku, this time with his sister in tow. "Hey, don't hog all the fun. I want to get him back for what happened this morning too." She laughs. "No one just ignores me and thinks they can get away with it." "Wait your turn. I'm going to get him first," Katsuki said as got to the first step of the bleachers and slams his foot down on it hard. He hopes that it would get Izuku's attention so he could see the fear in his eyes as he got ever closer to him and hopefully watch him squirm. But surprisingly, Izuku did not even look up from writing in his notebook. Now fuming, the twins began to march up toward Izuku in the bleachers, and even people from a distance could see tiny explosions coming out of their hands. They were almost right on top of Izuku when the boy in question lifts his head up to look at them. And both twins found themselves freezing in place as they stare into his eyes. His eyes, which now seemed to have a large iris in the middle along with a vertical slit. Almost like a lizard. From where they were standing, his iris seemed to constantly change color, never staying on one particular shade for long, for immediately moving to the next. But just quickly as it came, Izuku's eyes returned to normal, leaving the twins wondering if they really saw them change in the first place. But the twins were always known to act first and think later, and so the two of them resumed their advance on Izuku, who just kept watching them as they came closer. "I could say that I was simply going to check up on him to make sure he is doing okay after what happened yesterday. That's all. Nothing wrong with that, is there?" Ryuko told herself as she flew over the city of Musutafu. She left this morning from her agency and has been flying for quite a bit. The only problem being that while she did have a destination in mind, she was taking her time getting there. No one told me it was going to be this difficult, she thought as she looks down at the buildings and people walking by, going about their daily lives. Maybe I should say that I was just out on patrol and just so happened to be near the school, so I decided to check up on him on a whim. Yeah, that would be believable. No one would question me if I was just out on patrol, getting a feel of my new turf. Crossing her arms and turning sideways, Ryuko lets out a sigh. Her destination, a certain junior high within Musutafu, was in the opposite direction that she was headed in and was only getting further and further away with every passing moment. What the hell is wrong with me? Why did I fly away yesterday without explaining a single thing to him? Why'd I have to come up with excuses in my head just in case I happen to run into him? She asks herself before letting out a sad smirk. Oh, that's right, I'm afraid. I'm finally at the threshold, and of course it would be the time I start to get cold feet. Ryuko readjusts her flying posture and dives down in order to avoid a low-hanging cloud. There was a good breeze today which allowed her to glide for the majority of her flight. Also, thanks to Musutafu not having nowhere close to the population of Tokyo, she did not have to worry about skyscrapers and passing airplanes as much, just the occasional flock of birds or two. Hopefully nothing too crazy happens while I'm here, Ryuko thought as she found herself now flying over what she recalls hearing was the Takoba Municipal Beach Park, its sands completely covered in garbage due to unchecked pollution and the tide bringing trash in. TCH, disgusting, she says, this sort of thing would never happen back at home. Just speaking those words brought back memories of her home back on the island of Okinawa with its white sand beaches and ocean water so crystal blue that one could lose hours just staring at it. It has been 2 years since she last been on that island, and there were many a day when she just wanted to leave it all behind on the mainland and return home. But she knew that was impossible, especially for someone like her. She had too many duties, too many obligations and responsibilities that she had to tend to, and if she was to just up and quit, I could never look anyone from home in the eye ever again. I was the on, she told herself as she glances back toward the city before suddenly coming to a stop in midair, her wings flapping downward in order to generate lift to keep her afloat. Something coming toward me at a high speed, she thought as she kept her eyes trained on a tiny dot that was speeding over the buildings directly toward her. Reacting instinctively on the notion that she did not know who was coming or their intentions, Ryuko's hands began to turn into claws while pale gray scales appeared across her body. She thought about going dragon mode just in case, but realized that she would have to expend more energy just to stay in the air, something that could give her a huge disadvantage if the person coming meant to do her harm. According to the registration, there's only a handful of people who possess the ability to fly in Musutafu, and they're all regular civilians besides that one girl at UA, but there's no way any of them can be flying that fast even if they were allowed to. So just who is it? She wonders as whoever they were quickly closing the distance between them. Ryuko closes her eyes and takes a deep breath through her nose for a moment before opening them back up, and upon doing so a scowl appears on her lips as she finally realizes just who was coming at her. Of all the people to run into, she thought as the mysterious figure comes to a halt just a couple of yards from her. A large pair of crimson wings coming out of the back were flapping downward every few moments to keep the man dressed in a black shirt with a tan jacket over it and matching pants in the air. His messily ash-blonde hair blew gently in the breeze and his golden brown eyes stay locked with Ryukyu's as the two regarded each other for a moment. You're pretty far from Fukuoka, Hawks, Ryuko states. The third highest ranking pro hero in Japan, Wing Hero. Hawks merely puts his hands in his pockets before showing a smile. I could say the same thing about you in regards to Tokyo. Ryuko crosses her arms. I always had plans to move out to Musutafu, especially since crime was starting to decline in the Tokyo but beginning to rise in all the neighboring prefectures. Hawks shrugs. Makes sense when you think about it. It's the largest city in the country, so that means that it would also have the highest number of pro heroes as well, especially after that whole Sky Egg incident. Ryuko's mood soured even more upon being reminded about that certain incident. The villain, number 6, almost caused untold death and destruction, and if it was not for the intervention of All Might it would have been a catastrophe. It also seemed to be the starting point of her silly, mostly one-sided rivalry with Uwabami over who is the better model. Apparently, the heroine did not appreciate the fact that Ryuko actually won the beauty pageant that all the heroines entered into despite the fact she was in dragon form. Like it was her fault that a number of Japanese seem to have weird taste nowadays and actually find her dragon form very attractive. Like extremely attractive. She has seen the forums, websites, fanfics, and artwork regarding her dragon form and she was not amused. What were they called again? Scalies. Scaly. Ryuko briefly thought while also quickly realizing that that particular incident got her more involved into the fashion business which up to that point was just a small pastime, if not a hobby, for her. In fact, the only decent thing to come out of that whole fiasco on her part was that she was able to reunite and catch up with her good friend and the heroine currently holding the number 7 spot in the Japan's hero billboard chart, Rabbit Hero. Mirko aka Rumi Usagiyama, when they both combined forces to take down a bomber. The media called it a team-up, for some reasons, even though both heroines were only doing so due to the circumstances they were working under and for a while rumors were flying about of a possible team forming between the two of them but that never came to be. Rumi and her have been friends ever since they were sidekicks together in their early years before starting their solo pro hero careers, so Ryuko knew from the get-go that Rumi would never be a team player, so to speak. The two occasionally still get together for drinks and Rumi would crash at her place whenever she came through Tokyo, which was quite often, and they consider one another their best friend in the pro heroes world. Though Ryuko always found it odd that they both went solo around the exact same time. Apparently, she too had been dealing with a number of overzealous fans since the Sky Egg fiasco, particularly furries as they are called. She too has seen the forums, websites, fanfics, and artwork regarding her as well and was even less amused. "Hey, Ryukyu," Hawks suddenly says, snapping the Dragoon Hero out of her recollection. "What is it?" She replies. "Is there a reason why your claws are still out and your skin is still covered in scales?" Ryuko's eyes widen in surprise for a brief moment as she looks down and sees that he was indeed right. "You wouldn't happen to see me as a threat now, do you?" Hawks chuckles. Ryukyu regards the fellow pro hero for a moment before morphing her hands back and her scales disappear. "Better?" Ryuko asks. "Much better, your natural skin really brings out your eyes," Hawks flirts. "Save your sweet talking for Rumi," Ryuko tells him. "It's bad enough when I have to hear it from her whenever we go out for drinks." "Oof," Hawks says, faking a hurt expression. "She's told you about that, did she?" "Among other things," Ryuko answers. "So, I'm guessing then you know about how I feel about some of your recent decisions lately?" Hawks asks. Ryuko narrows her eyes at Hawks and the two have a stare-off for a moment, though Hawks kept his hands in his pockets and a grin on his face. "What are you doing way out here in Musutafu? I doubt you came all this way just to question me," Ryuko finally says. Hawks shakes his head. "Nope. Principal Nezu from UA invited me over to see if I wanted to be a referee at the sports festival this year but sadly I had to decline but I did tell him maybe next year." Ryuko arcs an eyebrow. "You're telling me that you came over 1,200 kilometers for something you could have answer over the phone?" Hawks gives another shrug. "Never seen UA before and I figure now was a good time to take a look at the school where Endeavor went to. Once I left the school I decided to patrol a little bit and that's when I saw you." Ryuko once more eyes Hawks for a moment and was about to say something when she realizes that she has been hovering in the air for quite a bit now and was starting to feel the strain. Add to the fact that she has been flying around for quite a bit and did not eat breakfast this morning while only having a light lunch and one could see why it was starting to drain her energy. She glances down and spots a small pier with a gazebo at the end where no one seems to be at the moment and the garbage did not seem to reach just yet. She was about to begin her descent downward until Hawks spoke up again. "So, have you seen what people have been saying about us on the internet lately? Seem like everyone wants to see which one of us is the better flyer, including some high-rank pro heroes." This statement instantly brings Ryuko to a halt and she forgets about any attempt to descend down to the beach while Hawks was around. The sound of cameras flashing and people talking briefly catches her attention and she looks down to see that a crowd was starting to form on the streets that went by the beach with cars even stopping in the middle of road and their passengers getting out to take pictures. No doubt the sight of two of the top pro heroes in the country was a sight to behold for anyone, especially while hovering hundreds of feet in the air. To the people on the ground it was a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity for great pictures and possible autographs, but for the two pro heroes it was a matter of pride and reputation. To be the first one to land would be the same as one knight yielding to another in a sword fight. It would basically be admitting to the other that they were the better flyer. That you did not have the energy to stay hovering in the air as long as the other one could. They could be interpreted as a sign of weakness of some people's eyes, especially pro heroes, analysts, and each of the heroes' respective critics. And when you were a top 10 pro heroes, especially one so young like the both of them, you had your fair share of critics from both civilians and other pro heroes alike. The fact that she was the only pro hero from Okinawa did not help matters either. Especially since the Ryukyu independence movement has been gaining momentum lately, and this did not make a lot of people back on the main island happy. This was especially true with those in high positions of the government. On another note, while she has not been officially approached by the organization herself in any way whatsoever and she has not voiced her support for them, that still has not stopped people from assuming that she had a connection with them, since she has also not denounced them either. Add in her frivolous ongoing feud with Uwabami and one could see why little thing she did came under heavy scrutiny from a large number of people. Regardless, this was not the first time she has been in situations like this with other pro heroes who had the ability to fly. One such incident involved the Japanese pro hero The Fly while she was in Tokyo, while another involved the American-based hero known as Takahiro she met when she went to the Expo on Island 2 years ago. Both were widely known rookies at the time, but they tried to boost their rankings by trying to outlast her. Predictably, they both failed miserably against her, as they could barely stay aloof for 5 minutes before reaching the brink of exhaustion and were forced to land, leaving Ryuko the victor with no real effort on her part. But back to the matter at hand. The race. Of course, Ryuko has heard all about the race that everyone wanted to see. How could she not? If it was not the media asking her about it, then it was all the people she met on the street, which was one of the main reasons she was flying far more often now on patrol, or it was in every other fan mail letter she read. Personally, she found the whole thing even more ridiculous than her and Rumi forming a team and wished that people would move on from it. Being faster did not prove you were the better flyer. Flying is about more than just speed, yet most people fail to see that, especially people who don't have the ability to do so without the aid of machine. But the more Ryuko refused to talk about it, the more people pushed to see it. To her surprise though, Hawks has not commented on it either. He has always been quiet about it and divert the question or change the subject whenever it came up in one of his many interviews. So why does he care now all of a sudden? Ryuko wonder. So, you think we ought to give it a shot? This whole race thing? Hawks says as he takes his hands out of his pockets and crosses his arms as well, mimicking Ryuko. Could probably raise a lot of money for charity when you think about it. This little statement piqued Ryuko's interest and the gears began to turn in her head before the sound of a phone ringing interrupts her thoughts. Hawks reaches into his pocket and pulls out a cell phone, and while he was looking at the caller ID, Ryuko notices a frown briefly appear on his face before it was quickly replaced with his signature smile. Sorry, I just remember I have some business I have to take care of while I'm here, he says as he turns around with a wave. Catch you later. With a strong flap of his wings, Hawks was gone and Ryuko watches him fly off until he was out of sight. She then looks back down at the crowd that had gathered and lets out a breath in annoyance, as now it seemed that not only had it grown larger, but she could even spot a couple of news vans that have shown up as well. If she was to land now, she would be swarmed and find no peace for at least an hour. Today just keeps getting better and better, Ryuko told herself before she too took off back toward the city. Her mind now focuses back on her original task as she flew toward her new destination of Aldera Junior High School. Meanwhile, on top of one of the taller building in Musutafu. Oh boy, I'm going to be burnt out later on, Keigo complains as he lands and takes a quick look around to make sure he was alone. Once he was sure, he takes his phone back out and presses redial. As soon as the person on the other line pick up, they start talking. What is the update on your assignment? The person on the other end said. Keigo lets a sigh before talking. I went to UA on Principal Nezu's invitation as order, Madam President. Do you question him about his recent decision despite the fact that it will give UA bad publicity? I did, and he stated that he firmly stands by it and nothing will sway him, Keigo answers. I see, but I expected as much from him. Guess we'll have to do damage control afterwards. After I was done talking to him, I went to go and speak to Vlad King in regards to his decisions involving that girl. Keigo continues. And what did he say about the matter? He said I should mind my own business and then he walked away. Keigo chuckles as he recalls the encounter. HMPH, he has never cooperated with us much in the past, so this behavior is to be expected. You think it had something to do how difficult you guys made it for him to become a pro hero in his youth because of his quirk? Keigo inquires. If I want your opinion, Hawks, I will order you to give it to me. The leader of the Hero Public Safety Commission snaps. Now what about your third objective? Geez, someone's a bit touchy today. Keigo thought before speaking. I had made contact with Ryukyu a short while ago but was unable to get anything out of her. She is beginning to become a PR nightmare as well. Her sudden move of her agency out of Tokyo caught everyone off guard, along with dropping her sponsorship with the Girl Scouts, and we are still reeling from the backlash of it. That's not even counting her dropping both her recommendations to hero schools out of the blue as well about 2 months ago as well. Keigo added before thinking, though it was basically all your fault she left Tokyo. The Madam President lets out an exhausted sigh. Yes, we are currently dealing with that as well. Thank goodness we were able to keep that under wraps and the family's quiet. Anyway, for now perform patrol duties and show presence for the next couple of days in Musutafu, including 1 or 2 more visits to UA. Then report back to Fukuoka for your next assignment by the end of the week. Yeah, I got it. Keigo says as he hangs up the phone and looks up at the sky. I wonder what Endeavor is doing right now. The symbol of peace, the powerful All Might, also known as Toshinori Yagi, found himself in the midst of setting up his new office at the world-renowned UA High School, his clothes straining to contain his massive muscles. Normally as a teacher he would merely get a desk in the administration office alongside the rest of the teachers, and he actually wanted to do just that in order not to seem like that he was being shown favoritism, especially seeing how he was only in basically an intern role this year and would not become a full-fledged teacher until next year. But Principal Nezu insisted, saying that the someone like himself at least deserves some privacy, especially with his condition. Still, I should do well not to abuse my position here, All Might thought to himself before hearing his phone go off in his pocket. Oh, I wonder who it is, he says before picking it up and checking the caller ID. He lets out a smile as he answers it with masculine glee. It has been so long since we last talked. I hope everything is going well. He starts out and the person on the other line responds, prompting All Might to nods his head. That's good to hear. Glad to see everything is okay, he says before the person spoke again. Oh, you have a favor to ask? But of course, just name it. As the person started to speak, All Might found his expression changing. What? Next year? But I thought, follow in. He shouts, and in a puff of smoke as reduces from the muscular titan everyone knew him for to a near skeleton of a man, his clothes hanging loosely on him. The person on the other end kept speaking as if nothing happened though. I'm sorry, but this is all very sudden and I'm not even sure I can make it happen. I'm on a teacher internship this year and my word does not carry as much weight as people think it does here, he states, and the person said a few more words. While that is true and being the #1 pro hero does come with certain perks, given our history with one another, no doubt the students and staff will see it as blatant favoritism. Nezu would be on board with it, but even he might be wary about how everyone else would take it, especially seeing it would be the same year that another child that is causing quite a stir is starting at UA. The caller spoke for a little while and Toshinori found his stance softening. I know how important this is, but you have to, he replies before his eyes fell on the TV he had placed on the shelf near his desk and had on for background noise. A special news broadcast was running, but it was not about a villain attack or anything. Instead, it was a feed of the pro heroes Hawks and Ryukyu having basically what seemed like a standoff in the air over the beach. Though neither one of the two were in a stance that indicate they were about to attack, but he could see that it was not a completely friendly meeting, and that was not a good look for 2 top 10 pro heroes. Are they in the midst of a feud? All Might thought, thinking back to all the rumors he heard about those two in regards to an aerial race. While he has met with both fellow heroes at one point in recent months, including Ryukyu for the first time yesterday, he never asks either one of them their thoughts on the other or the race. Plus, despite what the public believe, feuds were a common thing in the pro heroes world, Even he had been involved in more than a few across his long career, and while they were mostly kept away from the public eye, it tends to make team-ups a bit stressful. It was only last month that he himself became aware of the fashion feud going on between Ryukyu and Uwabami, that apparently has been going on since the Tokyo Sky Egg incident. But as his attention shifted from the phone call to Ryukyu, an idea started to form in his head. One that could help out Ryukyu in light of her recent choices and the mysterious caller on the other end. Basically a two birds with one stone situation. Hey, I think I may have found a way for all this to work out, All Might said into the phone, but it means that I'll need you here in Musutafu as soon as possible. As he hangs up the phone, he notices the news channel change their broadcast and immediately starts to stand up upon seeing what it now was. I think I have enough time left to deal with this if I hurry, he tells himself as he transforms back to his icon form before leaving through the window. B B B B B B B B B R R R R R R R R R R R R R R R R. Both the twins and Izuku finding themselves looking back toward the school. A look of confusion spread across all their faces. Why is the bell ringing early? Izuku thought right before Principal Joshi came on over the Aldera PA system. Attention students and staff, a group of villains are currently running amok in downtown Musutafu. While police and pro-heroes are on the scene and we are a reasonably good distance away, we have been advised to move everyone inside of the school as a precaution. Izuku turns to the entrance of the school where a number of police cars were just showing up and at least 24 police officers start getting out of them. The Musutafu police force is providing officers to add an extra level of security during this time and will leave upon the villains being apprehended. I ask that all students and staff follow any instructions given by them while they are here. Everyone is to proceed to their homeroom classes for now and stay there until this situation has been resolved. As of right now, all afternoon classes have been postponed. Izuku sees 3 of the police officers start heading toward the area where his class was at, shouting orders for everyone to proceed inside. The boy looks back toward Katsuki and Kasumi and sees that both of them were not happy about the change in situation, but even they were not foolish enough to try anything with him while the police were here. The two of them merely glare at him and begin walking back down the bleachers without saying a word, while leaving Izuku alone with his notebooks and thoughts. Sometime later, Ryuko could feel her irritation and fatigue rising with every passing second as she had to keep smiling while standing between Hawks and All Might as cameras flash all around while reporters and journalists were asking her a barrage of questions, shoving their mics and recorders in her face. Behind her, the police were loading the last of the villains into the transport vehicles to take them to jail after they tried to rob an armored car transporting money a few hours ago. The trio all arrived at the scene separately within seconds of one another and by using their combined efforts were able to subdue the villains fairly quickly. It took longer for them to wait on the police to bring a suitable transport for the gang than to actually defeat them. The only problem was afterwards when Ryuko was trying to fly off to resume her journey to her destination that she was stopped by both All Might and Hawks so the 3 of them could have a photo op and interviews with the press. And it has been quite the enduring experience as the reporters bombard them with questions. Could this possibly be the beginnings of a team forming between the 3 of you? I'm afraid not, seeing how I'll be heading back to Kyushu here soon. But it was fun while it lasted. Hawks answers. Ryukyu, what was going on earlier between you two at the beach earlier today? The 2 of us were merely having a chat, nothing more, Ryuko answers, and thankfully Hawks nodded his head in agreement. How does it feel to work alongside a legend such as All Might? Quite the experience. One I hope to do again, Hawks answers before thinking, though I rather do so with endeavor. Do you believe taking down these villains alongside All Might and Hawks will improve your public image, Ryukyu? My public image is just fine. Just because I have made some decisions that not everyone agrees with does not mean I am any less of a hero, Ryuko answers, though even she could not deny some of the things people were saying about her on the forums, and such things have produced quite a bit of bad PR for her. Interesting. So, what are your thoughts on this race that is sweeping the internet? The one to determine whether you or Hawks is the better flyer? Ryuko spares a look over at Hawks, who mirrors her action. Their conversation from just a few hours ago was interrupted before she could say anything, but now seems to be the perfect time to bring it up. Even though she was fully against it, the idea of using it to raise money for charity could do great things for her agency. But before she could answer though, Ha, ha, ha. It is quite satisfying to see such energy among the youth. Just goes to show you that the future is in good hands with young heroes such as these. The spirit of peace and justice is radiating like a supernova sun whenever these two are on the scene. All Might suddenly spoke, drawing all attention to him as they began asking him questions now to which he happily answers. Ryuko, while a little disappointment that she could not voice her opinion, was happy that she now was able to leave. When a pulse of energy suddenly hits her and puts all her senses on high alert while also sending a shiver down her spine. She instantly turns her attention to the direction of a certain junior high and made a split-second decision. Ryuko did not know what would require a bigger explanation from her later on. The fact that she took off into the sky without warning from the very spot she was standing at, or the fact that her wings smacked both Hawks and All Might hard in their face while doing so, but that was something she would have to worry about at another time. She has felt energy pulses like that before in her life, though none of them have ever been that powerful, and they only meant one thing. Things were happening way faster than she anticipated and she needed to hurry. A few minutes ago it took every amount of self-control for Izuku to keep himself was taking off in a dead sprint. The whole time he was stuck in the classroom during the villain situation, he could feel Katsuki and Kasumi's eyes on him, burning a hole into his soul, and as well hear tiny pops going off in their hands. Izuku was certain that if it was not for the police officers patrolling the hallways, the twins would have done something, and luckily for him they stay on school's grounds even after the villains were caught in order to reassure the students and staff. But that protection only extended to within a block of the school, and once Izuku got past that, he knew that he was in the twins' crosshairs. If he could just make it to the train station, he could easily make it home before the twins caught him, and then he would be safe. At least until tomorrow. Beggars can't be choosers, Izuku thought as he ducks into an alley which would lead him straight to the station. At least I could have one day when I wasn't bull. Hey Deku. Izuku hears from the side and turns his head toward the direction of a side alley just in time to see a large fist coming straight at him, which he barely manages to lean out of the way of, and the wielder of it, a boy from his class named Daichi, who was a part of the twins' gang, goes stumbling past him and falls down. Huh, he actually dodged it. He hears come from behind him and turns to see Katsuki, Kasumi, and 4 more members of their gang walking toward him as they surrounded him on all sides, and Daichi starts to get up. Izuku's eyes dart between all of them as they took up positions around him. There was Asahi, who had a quirk that allowed him to shoot sunlight beams out of his hands, and if he was given time to gather his energy, said beams could even melt through steel. On his left was Yoshio, whose quirk allows him to turn his entire right arm into an 8-foot-long blue tentacle which struck with the strength of a bull elephant behind it. Behind Izuku and helping Daichi to his feet was Tuma. He was opposite of Yoshio and could turn his entire left leg into iron while still being able to move it like it was normal, all with the added benefit of easily breaking through bones. Next to him was Jiru, who had a quirk that allowed him to grow his hair out and use it to entangle people. The fact that it could not so easily be cut only added to its effectiveness. And rounding them out was Daichi, with the ability to cover both his arms with rock-like skin in their entirety. While thankfully none of them have ever used their quirks when they bullied him in the past, this did not mean Izuku has not been on the receiving end of their punches and kicks. Thanks to Kasumi's hindsight, the group never hit Izuku in the face, left him with injuries that could produce a good amount of blood, or injuries that left him unable to move at all. Sometimes Izuku wondered if this was her idea of being merciful toward him, or her being sadistic in a way like a cat plays with a mouse before going in for the kill. Sadly though, this also just made it much easier for Izuku to hide his injuries from his mother, who already had enough on her plate to worry about. Even more so, this didn't stop Katsuki and Kasumi from giving him small burns marks over his body like they both did yesterday, or setting off explosion close to him when either one of them was in a particular bad mood, which was pretty much all the time now that he thought about it. Speaking of Katsuki, Izuku now focused his attention on him and Kasumi, who were staying directly in front of him with smirks on their lips. Let's see you try to ignore us now, Deku, Katsuki chuckles. Not so tough when the police aren't around, are ya? Kasumi adds. Izuku, whether through bravery or sheer stupidly, he could not tell which was which at this point, decides against his best wishes to pour fuel on the metaphoric fire which was the twins' infamous temper by using the infamous nicknames that he knew for a fact that they hated being called ever since they saw a certain American movie. "Ah, Tweedledee and Tweedledum. How have you two been doing this day?" he says to Katsuki and Kasumi respectively. It was Kasumi who swung first, aiming directly at chest with a haymaker. But just like it has been all day, it was slowed down for Izuku, who managed to lean out of the way of it, but before he could do anything else he feels a sharp pain in his lower abdomen as Katsuki connects his own punch straight into Izuku's gut. Such a blow makes Izuku drop to his knees in pain, clutching his gut. He feels a hand grab onto a chunk of his hair and pull his head back where his eyes met Katsuki's. "Huh. I don't know how you were able to catch that baseball and dodges Daichi and Kasumi's punches, but don't let it go to your head, because no matter what you do you'll always be a quirkless, useless loser," he said as he cocks his fist back, "and if you ever forget that I'll be sure to remind you." Even though it was slowed down as well, Izuku couldn't move due to Katsuki holding his head, and so a hard downward punch connects with his jaw, sending him spiraling to the ground. "Hey idiot!" Kasumi yells, "You're not supposed to hit him in the face. What happened if Auntie Inko starts asking questions?" "Oh please," as if she could do anything. All she has is Izuku's word to go off of, and the school won't back her up. Katsuki scoffs. Besides, it's about time this idiot finally learns his lesson about his place in the world. Kasumi was quiet for a moment, looking at her brother with an uneasy look. "So what are you suggesting?" Katsuki merely cracks his knuckles. "I'm not saying we're going to kill him or anything, but we're going to make sure that he never acts all high and mighty to us again." Kasumi shakes her head and laughs. "You're nuts sometimes, you know that," she says before looking at the rest of the guys. "Mess him up good. It's the last year we'll be in the same school as him anyway, you know? Katsuki and I got to focus hard on UA this year, so this might be the final time we get a chance like this." The gang begins to move in on the still down Izuku, but stop when they hear a strange noise coming from him, and upon further inspection they found out that he was. "Is he laughing?" Katsuki asks as he watches Izuku slowly get back up with a smile on his face. "You two really think you're going to be heroes, don't you?" the group hears him says. "What the hell did you just say?" Katsuki demands. "You heard me," Izuku says. "The day that you two are declared to be heroes is the day that society has truly lowered its standards on what a hero is. You might as well be villains with your attitudes." Both of the twins found themselves in an uncomfortable position. Izuku has always taken his beatings from them without any backtalk or smartass comments whatsoever. It has been the same song and dance for years, but now this was happening. This mother f*** grew a pair all of a sudden. Both of them thought, and in their minds, this was a problem, one they needed to fix real quick. "You cocky little shit," Katsuki replies as he punches Izuku in his face again, but the boy moves out of the way of it. Whatever moment of triumph Izuku had though was quickly cut short as Kasumi lands a kick on the back of his head and he goes right back down to the ground, only this time just to his knees while using an arm to prop himself up. "You think you're a tough guy all of a sudden, Deku? Huh?" Kasumi starts screaming. "You think you're hot shit? Who the hell do you think you are?" Katsuki says as he grabs Izuku's hair again and pulls his head back while his attention was focused on Kasumi. "I'm the guy who is telling you that even if you two somehow graduate from UA, you'll never be true heroes. You'll never be like All Might," Izuku answers. "You quirkless bastard," Katsuki snaps as he throws another punch. "Who do I think I am?" Izuku thought as the world slowed down around him again. "Am I worthless? Am I a guy who desperately wants to become a hero like All Might despite not having a quirk? Despite everyone telling me that I can't? If I can't even take on the twins and their goons, then what hope do I have to beat actual villains? Villains like Stain, Moonfish, Muscular, or even Number 6 who have no problem killing." Katsuki's fist once more connect with Izuku's jaw and the boy's world starts to go dark as the blackness starts to surround him, though his despairing thoughts were still with him as he collapses to the ground. Not long afterwards he began feeling the feet and legs from the twins and their entire gang as they started to literally kick him while he was down. Maybe I'm doomed to just be the person other people walk over on their way up the social ladder. The one who stays at the bottom where I belong. Born a quirkless loser. Destined to stay one. Are the last words to pass through his mind as the darkness engulfs him. Then without warning, the blackness is pushed back and Izuku once more found himself in the same valley he was in last night, only it was devoid of the hundreds of dragons clashing in an epic battle. Instead he spots a lone figure standing directly in front of him. And by figure he meant it was a dragon the size of a horse that was standing there looking straight at him. But it was not its colorless scales, its folded wings, its long serpent-like tail, or its claws that caught his full attention. Instead of any of that, Izuku's focus was on its slit eyes that were constantly shifting between colors. The dragon was also tilting its head from side to side almost as if it was observing him. But Izuku felt that it was doing more than just that. The way the dragon's eyes were looking at him now were the same way his neighbors and those at school would look at him whenever he drew their attention. In other words, the dragon was judging him, deciding whether or not Izuku was worthy to be in its presence. Without warning, the dragon starts moving in a motion that mimicking a tiger on the prowl moving in for the kill, keeping its body a little bit lower to the ground as it made its way to Izuku. Yet the boy did not move. Instead he simply stood there as the creature began to circle him, his eyes scanning every inch of his body while occasionally sniffing him. Only after a couple of moments of doing this did the beast stop circling him and move back to its original position in front of him, staring at Izuku once more with those rapidly color-changing eyes for a moment before opening its mouth. Izuku then sees 4 streams of energy flowing out from the dragon's mouth and landing on the intercardinal points of the dragon. On its upper right the energy forming was a shining heavenly white light, while the lower right consists of a glowing sky blue light. Meanwhile on the other side the energy flowing out of its mouth onto the upper left point was a sinister black stream of power and the lower left was a bleeding red color of pulsating energy. Izuku could not help but notice that as the dragon did this its scales began to change their tone until they were a neutral gray. Then within the blink of an eye, the 4 strains of energy transform into nearly identical versions of the dragon. Same height, same bodily features, even the exact same stance. One of the only differences between the 5 was that the upper right one had shining white scales, the lower right has radiating blue ones, the upper left one was comprised of menacing black scales, and finally, the lower left had blood red scales. Thus, leaving the one in the middle a dull gray, the other one was their eyes. The white dragon had shining blue eyes while the black one was shimmering red. The blue dragon had glowing white ones and the red dragon darkening black. For some reason Izuku's mind briefly wandered back to that card game that used to be popular when he was younger which featured a blue eyes white dragon and a red eyes black dragon. Though he could not recall ever seeing or hearing about a white eyes blue dragon or a black eyes red dragon. Anyway, this left the gray one with eyes that now match its scales. Is this supposed to mean something? Izuku said, before the 4 outer dragons revert back into respective form of pure energy and were reabsorbed back into the middle dragon whose scales then returned back to their original colorless tone and its eyes went back to shifting between colors. What the? Izuku wonders. Wux, the remaining dragon suddenly said. Is it speaking to me? Wux, it repeats. Wait a minute. Is that the voice from last night? I'm pretty sure it is, Izuku thought. A voice like that is not something someone like him would soon forget. Ericus Bensvelk ver Malsphere. Ericus Erida ver Mardavir. Ericus Kier ver Thurcare. Wux Durastrix. Izuku could see a bright light emitting from the middle dragon's chest. One comprises of more colors than he could ever hope to count. He could also feel an overwhelming energy also coming out from this light and focusing on him, causing a surge of strength to start flowing through him. Clacks. 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 Wux Lorsvik Vrak. Wux Durastrix Matrix. Finally, after the energy stable out in his body a new feeling began flowing through him, one that he has never felt before. Retribution. Vengeance. Retaliation. As this raw emotion coursed through his body Izuku sees the dragon's mouth form, in his opinion, the equivalent of a human smirk. Drex nominees HOFIBAHOAF Mabliki Schwabel Schnaltix Vidrav Wux Morschen v Drosham. It says and Izuku found himself enveloped by another bright light but in the midst of the blinding light, something flashed before Izuku. Something with red eyes and a sinister smile full of teeth. Piece of shit. Kasumi said as she gave one last kick to Izuku's ribs before turning around. Let's get the F*** out of here before someone comes along. Yeah, let's get going. Catch you later, you loser. Katsuki says and the gang starts to move out of the alley, leaving Izuku lying on the ground motionless with shallow breaths being the only indication that he was alive. It was just as they were coming out of the alley and onto the sidewalk that Asahi happened to glance back down the alley, if only to get one more feel of satisfaction at his handiwork, that he saw something that made him stop dead in his tracks. How the F*******. The rest of the group hears him says and they turn around to look at him. The F******* you going on about? Katsuki asks, but all Asahi could do was point his finger down the alley. It's Deku. He's standing up. Asahi shouts. Stop around, Kasumi says as her. Katsuki and the others come back over to the alley to see what was going on. I swear if this is your idea of a joke, ill. Kasumi's word died within her throat as she looks down the alley. The same boy who just moments ago received a certified beatdown from 7 people was now standing up straight with no indication of injury or pain. His eyes were closed and he seemed to be taking deep steady breaths as though he was calming himself down. All in all, he looked the exact opposite of what any of them were expecting. But whatever their thoughts were on this unexplained phenomenon, they were cut short when Izuku suddenly took a step forward. It was not a stumbled step that you would expect from someone who just went through his ordeal, but a determined one, straight at the group. This step was followed by another and then another. Soon Izuku was in a power stride straight toward the twins and their gang, his eyes hidden. Katsuki, either through anger or the need to assert himself once more, is the first to recover from shock and starts hurling insults at Izuku. You really don't know when to stay down, do you, Deku? He says. Hey guys. Show this idiot what happens when you keep getting back up. Hearing Katsuki's words was enough to shake Asahi, Yoshio, Daichi, Tuma, and Jiro out of their shock, and the 5 of them advance on Izuku. Even Kasumi was moving to join in, but suddenly found herself coming to a stop. She notices that Katsuki was not moving at all despite being the one who would normally lead the charge in such a situation. Instead he was frozen solid, an expression of shock and fear etched across his face. What the hell is he doing? She thought as she looks over at Izuku, only to freeze up as well. Why? Because she was quite sure that something was fading in and out behind Izuku, so quickly that it nearly seems invisible, and she almost thought she was imaging it. She could not exactly tell what it was, but from the brief moments that she was able to see it, she noted 9 major things about it. It had colorless scales all over its body, almost as if they were looking at clear water. It was large, as most of its body, including its head and part of its long neck, could be seen over Izuku's head. It had a large pair of wings on its back. It had a freakishly long snake-like tail. It was standing on 4 legs. It had 4 clawed toes at the end of each leg with a 5th larger claw at the end. It had a large mouth full of razor-sharp teeth. It seemed to be roaring, though she could not hear any sound coming from it. But finally, it had the exact same eyes as the one she thought Izuku had back at school in the bleachers, with the shifting colors and slit pupils. Something inside of Kasumi told her that Katsuki was seeing the exact same thing, but their friends must have not seen it as they were still charging headlong at Izuku. You guys, wait! Both her and Katsuki scream out, but it was already too late as Asahi was now within arm's reach of Izuku, and the quirkless boy finally looks up and the monster disappears. And the twins once again saw those same exact shifting lizard-like eyes, and this time they were sure of it. This is bad. This is bad. This is bad, Ryuko thought as she bolts through the skies above the city toward Aldera Junior High, her already exhausted wings being pushed to their limits and beyond. Thinking quickly, she taps the middle gold piercings on her left ear and began talking. Takako, it's Ryuko. Yeah, I felt it too. Listen. I want you to gather everyone up and follow me via my tracking device. If this is what I think it is, then we're going to need everyone there to deal with the aftermath. Ryuko. Out. She says as she gives her wings another mighty push. This is not how I envision it all starting. To Kasumi and Katsuki, it was nothing short of a masterpiece of a one-sided ASS whooping. It was not savage, nor, it was just simple and straightforward. One moment, Asahi was moving to punch Izuku, and the next he was backhanded by the boy into the alley's wall, creating a loud vibrating thump as he did so, and when he slid down, cracks in the wall were left in his wake where he impacted. Jiro was right behind Asahi when it happened and only had time to look at his friend's slump body for a moment before Izuku's grabs him by the neck, lifts him up effortlessly with one hand and slams him flat onto the ground, knocking him unconscious upon impact while also producing a mini crater. Daichi, Yoshio, and Tuma did not fare much better as they too were struck by bouts of shocks that caused them to react too slowly to Izuku, who instantly let go of Jiru and charges at the three of them. Yoshio took a foot to the chest as a sickening crunching noise could be heard by all as he is sent flying backward into a group of trash cans, causing them to scatter across the alleyway, which was far more movement than what the boy was doing as he did not seem like he was going to be getting up from the blow anytime soon. Tuma tries to go help his friend, but all this did was leave him distracted and open to a savage kick from Izuku, which he lands straight into his right kneecap, shattering it instantly. Ah! Tuma lets out as he falls to the ground clutching his knee, though he is given no time to writhe in the pain as Izuku grabs him by the back of his shirt and lifts him high above his head in the air for a moment before immediately slamming him back into the ground with tremendous force. Said impact seemed to knock Tuma out cold, and Izuku merely steps over him as he heads straight toward Daichi. Daichi, on the other hand, actually tried to fight Izuku as he lunges forward at him, his fist cocked back. This was a wasted effort as Izuku was too quick for him and instantly grabs the top of his head and brings his face down straight into his rising knee, breaking his nose in the process. But he is not even given the chance to collapse like the others as Izuku keeps a firm grip on his head and pulls his head back up to eye level right before he delivers a vicious headbutt to his nose, breaking it even further and causing blood to pour out of it. Then and only then does Izuku let him go and Daichi collapses to the ground unconscious. All in all, from an outsider perspective, the whole scuffle took less time than it would for one to wake up and get out of bed first thing in the morning. Izuku regards Daichi for a moment with a look that one would use to regard a dead bug they found on the sidewalk. Then he takes a gander at Asahi, Jiru, Tuma, and Yoshio respectively and seemed to be content with the reckoning he had delivered unto them, before slowly turning head to direct his full undivided attention at Katsuki and Kasumi. And the look of indifference he had on his face during the entire scuffle suddenly morphed into one of sinister intention that sent a cold chill down Katsuki and Kasumi's spines. One that truly conveyed Izuku's feelings without him saying a word. One that made the message crystal clear for the twins. What I just did to them is nothing compared to what I'm about to do to you. And that beast they saw appear behind Izuku a few moments ago, but quickly vanish thereafter? It was back and they both realized what it was. It was a western dragon, only this time it was not covered in colorless scales nor were its eyes changing colors. It was covered in pitch black scales and it had glowing red eyes. Eyes that were now matching Izuku's. If you were to ask their parents, especially their mom since their dad was not one to pick favorites among his children, teachers, neighbors, and anyone else who really knew the Bakugo twins well enough, every one of them would tell you that while Katsuki was the older one, Kasumi was definitely the smarter one of the two, even if only by a small margin. Not to say they were idiots or anything as they were both, surprisingly, honor students despite their personalities, but where Kasumi was the one to realize when she was in too deep, Katsuki never could tell when he had bitten off more than he could chew. That being said, maybe it was his, as he called it, Sigma male mindset, and his need to assert it that caused Katsuki to snap out of his shock and instantly aim an open palm at the approaching Izuku. Katsuki. Don't! Kasumi shouts just as Katsuki was about to release his quirk. But Izuku was one step ahead as he quickly goes down and picks up the lid of a trash can that was next to his feet and throws it directly at his would-be attacker. The metal object then flew like a frisbee before colliding with the boy's hand. Son of a bitch! Katsuki curses as he cradles his most likely broken hand. That hurt. We need to figure something out fast, Kasumi says as Izuku shifts his attention toward her. Ain't nothing to figure out. I still got one good hand and that's all I need to kick Deku's ass. Katsuki bellows as he moves to point his other hand at Izuku. But the green-haired boy was a tad faster as he lunges at him, hand stretched out before him as he did. Said hand in a blink of an eye latches around Katsuki's neck and lifts him up effortlessly off the ground, his fingers squeezing around the boy's windpipe. His other hand instantly grabs Katsuki's good hand by the wrist and moves it away from him, preventing the male half of the Bakugo twins from retaliating. All the while, the black dragon just observes and never moves from its spot with its glowing red eyes watching with unconcealed glee. Kasumi, caught off guard by how quickly Izuku closed the gap between him and her brother, froze for a moment before the struggling gasps of Katsuki brought her back to reality. Say what you want about the twins, but the one thing that was always certain about them is that they had each other back no matter what. Throwing all her previous caution to the wind, she aims both her palms at Izuku's back. "Put him down, shithead," she shouts. This catches Izuku's attention, which up until that time was solely focused on watching Katsuki's face turn blue. He glances, looks over his shoulder and spots Kasumi's hand pointing directly at his vulnerable back, and thus acted quickly. In one swift motion, Izuku hurls Katsuki directly at his sister. "Oh fu!" was all Kasumi had time to get out before Katsuki collides with her and both of them go flying into the alley wall, hitting it with a crash. "Mother F***!" Kasumi shouts, having taken the brunt of the collision but was still able to remain standing, showcasing her toughness, but she was now cradling her ribs on her left side. I think a few are broken." Meanwhile, Katsuki was now on the ground and struggling to get up with one good hand. "Deku, you bastard!" he curses as he starts to get to his feet. "I'm going to rip you apart, and what you and your sister are going to do is stand down and let me handle this." Both Katsuki and Kasumi suddenly hear above them and they snap their heads up to see the Dragoon Hero, Ryukyu, hovering in the air. "What the F***! When the hell did you get here?" Kasumi shouts. "I don't like repeating myself. Leave. Now," Ryuko states as she kept her eyes on Izuku. She then quickly drops to the ground, placing herself between him and the twins. She then starts walking parallel to him, making him back away until both Katsuki and Kasumi were now directly behind her and out of harm's way. At least for the moment. As she reverts her wings back into her body, she spares the teenagers behind her a short glance, before refocusing all her attention back on Izuku, who did not seem to please with her getting in his way. If his bared teeth were anything go off of, along with his glaring eyes. Shining red eye and aggressive behavior, not a good sign. This is just perfect, she assesses before shifting her attention to behind Izuku. The black dragon behind the boy seemed to be getting even more angry as it spread its wings and let out a silent roar as it rages, its red eyes glowing even brighter. His draconic aura is getting more and more out of control, she thought before some movement further down the alley caught her attention as she notices the other 5 members of the group scattered throughout the alley. If it was not for Ryuko's sharp eyes catching the shallow breathing they were all doing, or her acute ears picking up the sounds of their heartbeats, she would have sworn they were all already dead. "I need to end this fast," she thought as she spares one more glance back at Kasumi and Katsuki before looking back at Izuku, who now seemed to be approaching her, the fury in his eyes conveying that he had every intention to move her out the way. Steadily moving her hand to her earpiece, she starts talking as soon as a connection is made on the other end. "Takago. What's your ETA? We will be pulling up at the opposite end of the alley in about 2 minutes. A feminine voice response. "Who's in the car with you?" Ryuko asks. "Just Yui. The others will arrive few minutes after we do, and the police will be there 30 seconds afterwards." "Wonderful." Ryuko nearly growls. "We got a situation. His draconic aura is going haywire and I'm sensing massive waves of killer intent from him." "Damn it." The voice curses. "You have to get him out of that alley and away from civilians, if he—" "I know. We were not expecting this from him so soon. It's almost as if—" Ryuko replies before stopping. "That's not important right now. What is important is that I need to incapacitate him without causing severe damage. You just need to make him burn through his energy quickly. That should stop him without you having to hurt him. Think of this as a test drive of his capabilities." "Not helping. Anyway, have Yui prepared to provide medical aid," Ryuko says. "I figure. You seem to have 5 wounded kids in the alleyway behind the boy." "How exactly do you know that?" Ryuko questions. "I hate to tell you this, Ryuko, but someone is recording the whole thing at this very moment and the video is going viral. We are watching it right now and it is already closing in on 1 million views. This day just keeps getting better," Ryuko tells herself, and she cuts the communication. While part of her wanted to sniff out the person recording and stop them, she knew that it would definitely end badly if she did. "You need to stand down now, kid. You don't want this getting out of hand now, do you?" she says in an authoritative voice that brooked no argument at Izuku, but the boy did not seem to hear her at all. "Grr," is his answer, and the dragon image behind him mimicked this. In response, Pale gray scales began to cover Ryuko's entire body while the twins take a step back in fright. To think the day would come when I would see Deku square off against a top-tier pro hero after manhandling us. What the F*** is going on right now? Kasumi thought as she and her brother felt like ants in the presence of two monsters about to square off. On the other side of town, a little while beforehand, Inko Midoriya covers her mouth to yawn for the umpteenth time since she got to work and she was only halfway through her shift. The past few weeks had been for her with consecutive late nights keeping her at her desk in the finances department of the Musutafu branch of Hatsume Industries, which specializes in quirk support equipment for not just pro heroes but original citizens as well, and making equipment for UA on top of that. Her supervisor has been hammering Inko and her coworkers in getting the quarterly reports ready for the meeting with the head office representatives coming at the end of the month. The main company had announced that it would soon be closing one of its branches by the end of the year in order to keep making a steady profit. All 21 branches were on the chopping block, and this included the one in Musutafu, which most of the staff here thought was untouchable due to their connection to the hero school. But lately UA has been outsourcing to other companies throughout Japan to make their equipment so they would not have to rely on a single source. Regardless, head office reps of Hatsume Industries would be arriving soon, so reports had to be made to ensure that the branch office that would be shut down was not theirs. As she stifles yet another yawn, her eyes fall upon a picture sitting at the back of her desk. It consisted of herself, a 3-year-old Izuku dress in his favorite All Might costume, and her husband, Hisashi Midoriya, his blood-red hair clashing with the green hair of his wife and son as he wraps both of them in a hug. I wonder when he is finally coming home, Inko thought, recalling that the last time she talked to the man directly was over the phone 6 months ago when he was in England. Other than that, it's been nothing but letters, emails, and texts. Plus, she has not seen him face to face since Izuku started middle school, and while she was well aware that his jobs took him all over the world. But would it kill him to come home every once in a while? Inko thought before turning her full attention to her son in the picture, and her thoughts became much more distraught. Izuku is starting his final year of junior high, she thought, the very words filling her with dread. Next year he'll be in high school. It was a well-known fact that high school was an important part in a person's life and could easily shape the way they live their life afterwards, and that worried Inko to no end. Unbeknownst to Izuku, the woman was all too aware of the bullying that had been taking place at Aldera Junior High and the inactive behavior of the staff to stop it. Her son, while intelligent, was not nearly as smart as he thought he was when it came to hiding his injuries from her. One of the first tip-offs was when he took to wearing clothes that cover his entire body even when it was summer, no matter if he was at home or out in public. Another one was she started to find a number of first aid material in their trash, pushed near the bottom like someone was trying to hide them. She has spoken to Principal Joshi on the matter multiple times, but he insisted that since there is no video evidence or witness testimonies, the injuries must have been inflicted by someone outside of the student body of his junior high. Inko did not believe him for a second, but her hands were tied, and since Izuku was not coming forth and saying anything, she was out of options. She did not want to force the truth out of him, fearing that doing such a thing would strain their relationship by making her look like an overly protective mother. When she told Hisashi about this over the phone, the man was silent for a moment, though Inko could hear heavy breathing coming from the other end. When he finally spoke, his words were simple and straight to the point. Izuku is not as fragile as he seems, and something like this won't break him, it will only make him stronger. Inko wanted to argue, but something about her husband's words and the way he said them eased her worries, at least for a time. The man always did have that effect on her, especially after they started dating in college. Cool and confident, whenever Hisashi walked into a room he was instantly the person everyone went out of their way to make sure was in a good mood and stayed in one. He was not violent or anything, but whenever you got on his bad side he gave you a look that promised a world of pain if you kept pushing him. Thankfully he never did such a thing to his wife or son. In fact, Inko was certain that if he was still in the country when the bullying started at Aldera Junior High, not only would the school staff have been in trouble, but the parents of the students bullying Izuku would have been as well. But back to the matter at hand. Unbeknownst to her son, Inko had recently joined a forum group online that tailored to quirkless people in order to better support her only child. She gained a lot of insight on how such people day-to-day lives were like and how they are treated across the world as a whole. Shockingly, Japan was way behind in the way on how quirkless people were treated, so much that it could be considered barbaric. There were no discrimination laws in place, making it especially hard for a quirkless to get a job, let alone hold one, and this has caused a number of quirkless people to turn to crime to make a living. Another example she discovered about how far behind Japan in its treatment of quirkless people was that the country's top doctors were trying to convince the World Health Organization to label quirkless as a disease, despite the fact that would change the lives of over 100 million people worldwide, about 1% of the entire human population, with about 1 million of those people being right here in Japan. Luckily, this had been vehemently denied at every turn, with the current director threatening to strip the doctors of all their abilities to practice outside of Japan if they kept asking. Inko also found out that her nation was on the verge of being isolated as a country in the rest of the world's eyes within 2 decades in regards to the way it treats its quirkless citizens. One of the major factors contributing to this is that the fact that the government had dragged their feet and had allowed the quirk supremacist group, the Meta Liberation Army, to grow so large right under their noses, despite the group openly attacking quirkless people and anyone who did not share their views when it came to them. It took international pressure for Japanese government to finally arrest its leader, Destro, who is currently serving a life sentence with no chance of parole. Luckily, the group seemed to have disbanded after his arrest, but the Japan was still criticized for allowing such a group to come about. In comparison, a number of Western countries' quirkless people were treated as equals, regularly attended pro-heroes schools, and were in high positions of government. As a matter of fact, the United States had a quirkless candidate running for president, with the recent polls showing that he had a good chance of winning, and the country has at least 3 current state governors who are quirkless. Meanwhile, it was unheard of a quirkless person even running for any type of office in Japan, let alone winning. Not due to any laws forbidding it, but mainly because no one would vote for them simply because they were quirkless. Though the final nail in the coffin was the fact that the number of quirkless pro-heroes was astronomical in the West than it was in Japan. Countries like Mexico and Russia, whose population were roughly the same as Japan, each had a quirkless pro-heroes roster that was about a quarter the number of Japan's regular pro-heroes. The United States, on the other hand, had nearly double the amount of quirkless pro-heroes than Japan had pro-heroes altogether, including sidekicks. Long story short, Izuku was going to have a hard time once he became an adult in Japan, and if Inko had the money, she would move out of Japan in a heartbeat, all so that her son would have a better life and possibly be the hero like he always dreamed he could be. Inko stops whatever work she was doing and places her face in her hands. "This is all my fault," she told herself. "I must have done something in my life, or past life, for Izuku to be born like this." But before the woman could blame herself any further for things that were beyond her control, she overhears a commotion arising in the office's break room. She then turns and notices that a number of her coworkers were gathered around while looking down at their phones. Tasumi is going to have a fit if she sees everybody doing this when they're supposed to be working. Inko spoke as she got up to see just what was pulling everyone from their desks. Partly because she could need a 5-minute break, and because she was actually curious about what they were watching, since no seemed to be laughing. As she got closer and closer, she notices that they all had what seemed to be looks of horror and disbelief on their faces. Is it a villain's attack? Came to Inko's mind. She heard about the attacks earlier that were stopped by All Might and 2 other pro-heroes, and was worried until she received the mass text from Aldera Junior High informing her about safety precautions they have taken. Surely no villain is stupid enough to commit another crime while All Might is still out and about, she told herself as walk up to the first person whose phone was at eye level for her to look at. Going off of what she could immediately see, someone was live streaming, and whoever it was in a tall building pointing their phone across the way at an alleyway. And that's when Inko's blood ran cold, for there were 5 teenagers sprawl out throughout the alley, with every single one of them dressed in the Aldera Junior High's school uniform. None of them seemed to be moving in any significant way, and due to how far the recorder was from them, she could not tell if any of them were even breathing. She then turns her attention to a familiar set of buddy spiky hair, which she was easily able to identify as Mitsuki's son and daughter, each of them frozen solid in what seemed to be a show of fear she has never seen either of them express before. But what drew her attention was the fact that someone she recognizes as the pro-hero Ryukyu was standing front in the twins against someone. And that someone was her son, for they were the same height as Izuku. The same body type as Izuku. The same green hair as Izuku. The only difference was that his emerald green eyes were replaced with glowing red ones. But he also had a sinister expression on his face that Inko would have never have thought her sweet child was even capable of producing. It just looked plain wrong, like it went against the very laws of nature and everything the woman thought she knew. But her breath got caught up in her throat when she notices that there was a large winged quadrupedal creature with black scales and glowing red eyes standing directly behind her son. Inko, fainting to the ground, drew a large number of her co-workers' attention from their phones as they scrambled to help her, while the video stream continues to get more and more views as it went viral. Back in the alley. "Sorry about this, Izuku," Ryuko says before launching herself at him with a powerful push from her legs. It all happened so fast that Izuku had no time to react and can only look on in horror as Ryuku's right claw hand grabs him by the neck and the woman launches both of them in the air, wings re-emerging out of her back as she takes flight just as a black Acura NSX pulls up to the opposite ends of the alleyway and the black dragon vanishes from sight. His punches and kicks lack strength, so he definitely needs work on his upper and lower body muscles, Ryuko tells herself, while Izuku unleashes a barrage of kicks and punches at the Dragoon Hero in an effort to escape as they flew over Musutafu. His blows were no more powerful than mosquito bites as they land on her dragon scales, and if it was not for the fact that his frenzy struggling was making it just a bit difficult for her to maintain perfect flight, she probably would have not noticed that she was carrying him at all. Though now her wings were aching due to the constant stress she put on them in order to get across a large city in an extremely short amount of time. But once more she pushes this to the back of her mind. She needed to drain Izuku's power, and she needed to drain it now as the pro hero scanned left and right, as though she was searching for something. Just need to find a nice open, there we go, Ryuko thought as her draconic eyes land on a large clearing past the edge of Musutafu, a good distance away from the city. Without warning, Ryuko tucks her wings in and makes a hard dive to the ground, and Izuku was unable to doing anything about this except go along for the ride. When she was just a mere 10 feet from the ground, she comes to a sudden halt in midair and tosses Izuku. The boy lands with a thump but is back on his feet in a heartbeat as he growls upward, and the black dragon from earlier reappearing behind him as he does so. Ryuko merely looks back at him as she slowly lowers herself to the ground. "We'll consider this your initial assessment of your abilities," she says as she touches down, her wings disappearing into her back, and she crosses her arms. "So come at me with everything you got." Izuku merely observes her in response, his glowing red eyes taking in every inch of her body. But not in a ed way, it was more of an analytical way. The black dragon also cocks his head to the left and right, its red eyes taking in every aspect of Ryuko. "Something telling me to keep my guard up," Ryuko thought, recalling the journal he had that she looked through while waiting on him to wake up in the aftermath of the slime villain's attack. It was incredible detail and scarily accurate, especially since she found an entry about herself in it. It stated that as a hero she was remarkably well-rounded and pretty versatile in regards to close-quarters combat, with her ability to switch between different sizes to deal with different opponents, which was greatly increased by her ability to fly, a rarity among pro heroes. Another thing he stated is that with all of her advantages in strength, endurance, durability, agility, reflexes, senses, and speed in both the air and on the ground, the only thing keeping her from being in the top 3 was her lack of ranged abilities beyond the occasional gust of wind she could create with her wings while in her full dragon form. Though the notebook did go further into detail and state that this was mostly used in defensive measures to either blind her foe with dust or to knock away gas quirks, and would rarely affect a powerful villain. Plus it would just be a waste of energy, which he correctly theorized she burned through whenever she was in full dragon mode. When she read a little more, she even discovers that he had wrote down what he perceived to be the strength and weakness for the top 3 pro heroes, including All Might. His keen eye to detail is both amazing and horrifying at the same time. Just the way a dragon should be, Ryuko thought as she kept her eyes on Izuku. Perhaps it's a subconscious thing. Something he does on instinct. Though he could stand to be a little less of a fanboy in regards to All Might. She then reaches up to her left ear and pull out the bottom of the 3 piercings on her ear before bringing it up to her mouth. "Activate drone recording protocol. Code word: Bahamut's Canaries," she says, and parts of the small piece of jewelry fold back to reveal miniature lenses before it began to float out of her hand and into the skies above the clearing. "I say I got about 5, maybe 10 minutes before the media tracks me over here," Better not waste time then. But no sooner did these thoughts enter her mind did Izuku finish up with his observing and charge at Ryuko, fully intending on planting his fist in the middle of her face. But with relative ease, the heroine leans out of the way of the strike and Izuku goes sailing past her, landing a few feet away from her. That punch had quite a bit of power behind it despite his lanky frame. Maybe that means he can deliver stronger attacks when he has leverage and good footing, Ryuko thought as she watches Izuku ready himself for another attack. This time it was a sloppy attempt at a high kick aim at her head which she effortlessly evaded. Definitely lacking any semblance of a form or technique in his fighting style, Ryuko told herself as she gracefully backflips away from Izuku, sprouting wings in order to catch the breeze which allow her to put a good 36 meters between her and the boy before landing and reverting her wings back. The green-haired boy immediately pursues her upon regaining his balance from his previous attack, quickly closing the gap between them and launching a flurry of haphazard punches and careless kicks to which Ryuko's response was to simply dodge and weave to avoid all of them while her mind was somewhere else. It took him 4 seconds to run over 36 meters at me. That would no doubt impress any regular high school track coach. Ryuko muses as she sidesteps out of the way of a lunging tackle that Izuku attempted, so his offensive ability needs a lot of work, but how is he on the defensive? With that a reptilian tail that was equal to the length of her body began to emerge out from the bottom of her kippah, coiling in the dirt like a snake that was posed to strike. Without uttering a sound, Ryuko spins outward away from Izuku as her tail swung directly at the boy's chest. Reacting quickly, he ducks down and narrowly avoids the appendage as it passes over his head. While he was in the midst of coming back up though he is struck in the chest by a solid kick from Ryuko's right leg which sends him propelling backwards through the air for a second or two before his collision with the ground brings him to a halt. Has a hard time registering follow-up attacks, Ryuko noted as she watches Izuku once again immediately get back up. At least he doesn't overreact to pain and he also refuses to stay down. Izuku goes into a headlong charge at Ryuko, fully determined to bring her to the ground for whatever purpose, but as soon as he was within arm's length of her though. Swat! An unimpressed Ryuko knocks him backward into the air with a simple whack of her tail, all the while just standing there with her arms still crossed. The force of the blow left the entire right side of Izuku's face red, but once more he was back up in a flash. When he came at her again though, swat! She hit him on the left side of his face with her tail, leaving that part of his body swollen red as well. While all this was going on, the black dragon once again merely stood there, watching, though this time it was far more expressive as its mouth was formed into a snarl. Maybe I was overestimating his analysis ability. Maybe he just hasn't gotten to the point where he can apply it in combat yet. Ryuko thought as she sends her tail at Izuku's face again as he mindlessly charges her once more. Only for him to stop at the last second and allow Ryuko's tail to pass by harmlessly in front of him before lunging at her. Huh? Was all the heroine had time to think before Izuku's right fist connects with her left cheek, her head actually being pushed back a little bit by the sheer force behind the blow. In response to this, or more like on pure reflex, Ryuko lashes out with an open palm strike to his solar plexus which launches Izuku further than any of her tail strikes did as he came crashing down hard into the ground, and this time he remains there. Damn, he pulled a fast one on me, Ryuko thought as she recovers from the blow by rubbing her cheek and shrunk her tail back into her body. Can't believe he baited me like that though. He was willing to get slapped twice by my tail just to lull me to a false sense of security. Guess I underestimate him in his current state of mind. Using her keen eyes, she notices that Izuku was still breathing despite the blow he took, but Ryuko was not taking any chances and wanted to get him medical assistance as soon as possible. Takako, come in, she says as she taps her communication piercing. Give me a status report. Yui was able to stabilize the 5 teenagers and emergency services has arrived on scene, so the others and I will be en route to your location shortly. By the way, there are 2 foul-mouthed teenagers here who are strongly stating to the police and media that they would have been just fine without you showing up, came the reply. Will all those kids pull through? Ryuko asks, ignoring Takako's last statement. The girl called me a big titty monster, for some reason. I have met rude and vulgar people before but never one so young, Takako kept going on. Mind on the task at hand, Takako, Ryuko chimed in. Sorry, Takako says, anyway, despite what the video shows, they will all be completely fine in a few weeks according to Yui, and I trust her word over any of these rice eaters. Takako, what did I tell you about using that slur, especially in public? You never know who's listening, and I don't need to give Tomi any more work fixing the agency's public image, Ryuko says. Correct me if I am wrong, but they call us potato eaters, do they not? Doesn't mean we have to sink to their level, Ryuko replies. Moving on, if you were calling me then I guess you were able to incapacitate the boy, correct? Not the way we plan it, but yes, he's down, Ryuko answers. Is he hurt? Takako asks. He's breathing. He wouldn't be the one we need if he was fragile, Ryuko answers. That makes sense. But please tell me you were able to capture footage. I was. Access my drone and take a look at it when you have a chance, Ryuko replies. I will analyze it once we get back to the agency. For now, we have to deal with the aftermath and backlash of this incident. I doubt the parents of these children are going to let this go as kids being kids. This is no doubt going to make the national evening news. I have faith in everyone's ability to do. Ryuko starts to say before noticing something. The black dragon was still there. It was now standing directly over Izuku and looking down at him. Shouldn't it has vanished by now? Izuku is unconscious, is he not? Ryuko thought. Can it remain out while he is unconscious? Wait a second, when did it even move? Before Ryuko could come to a conclusion, the dragon's red eyes shift from the downed teenager and directly into Ryuko's yellow eyes. For what seems like an eternity, the two draconic beings had a stare-off, with either one willing to break eye contact first. Then the draconic beast did something that Ryuko was not expecting. It smiles. It was a smile that showcased all of its razor-sharp teeth and did nothing to ease the pro-hero's worries. On instinct, Ryuko goes into a fighting stance, fully ready to fight if necessary. Wait, can I even fight this thing? It's supposed to be a manifestations of his anger combined with his draconic aura. She thought for a moment, but just as soon as she did, the black dragon disappears without a trance, the smile still plaster on its face as it did so. What was that all about? Ryuko wonders as she eases her stance and activates her communication link with Takako once more. Everything okay? The woman on the other end says, you cut off there for a moment. It's nothing. I guess it's just my exhaustion getting the best of me today. Anyway, I want every, she said before another pulse of energy, no different than the one she felt earlier when she was doing the interview, went off from Izuku, causing her to stop. She then swiftly turns her attention back to the still lying down body of the boy, which was now irradiating pure white energy that seemed to lift off of him into the air above. Ryuko. What the hell was that I just felt? I thought you said he was down, Takako screamed. I gave him an open palm strike to his solar plexus. He should be down and out, Ryuko answers. No way he is awakening a dragon this soon? The white aura around Izuku began to glow brighter and brighter until it was near blinding and it pulsate once more. And that is when Ryuko felt the sharp cold chill, and her mind for a moment made her believe that she was in the middle of a deep freezer and someone just locked her inside. It was a frigid cold that ran down her spine before going throughout the rest of her body and even reached the depth of her soul. Not only was she able to see her breath as she slowly exhales, but she watches the moisture turn into ice droplets right before her very eyes and crash to the ground, shattering upon impact. She then spots that the ground directly underneath Izuku as well as a few yards around him was covered in solid ice, as if his very presence was causing it to freeze over. So entranced was she by this sudden chill that it took her a second to realize that Takako was yelling into her communication device. Ryuko. Status update. The drone is reporting that the temperature within a half-a-mile radius of your location had dropped far beyond freezing for approximately 3 seconds and in the middle of April. What is going on over there? Ryuko? Ryuko? Takako was screaming, but the pro-heroine's mind was 1,000 miles away. For the first time today, Ryuko was at a loss for words and unsure of what to do. She has been caught off guard multiple times today, but she had adjusted accordingly and responded to each instance with a high level of professionalism. But this had made her feel that she was not in control anymore. Grr. And things were about to get a whole lot more complicated as she turns to the source of the growl and was astonished to see Izuku now standing straight up. eyes as white as pure snow from the mountain caps that reflected that of a hunter who would stop at nothing to get its prey. Ryuko knew exactly what that prey was. Her death. The white aura was now circling around him like he was in the midst of a hurricane. Faster and faster the energy swirled around him until it almost looked like it was not moving at all. Then, without warning, the white energy began to flow back onto Izuku, more specifically his outer body, and Ryuko saw it began to take shape. It began to form a rough-looking layer of a second skin on the boy that was snow-white while being thick and patterned with tiny ridge. "Those are scales," Ryuko said, almost not believing what she was seeing as she recognizes the reptilian skin type being no different than her own. Soon the transformation began to spread across his entire body like a disease, and soon enough the top of his head to the bottom of his feet was covered in snow-white scales, with his fingers and toes transform into claws, a process that destroys his school uniform and shoes in the process. Through some movement that caught Ryuko's eyes, she notices that a tail of his own had appeared on his body with its length matching the rest of his body. His face even morphed into a beak with pointed chin and a crest that sat atop his head. She also took note of that as Izuku was breathing in and out through his mouth she spots razor-sharp fangs that had replaced his teeth. But where are his win? The pro-hero thought before realizing that Izuku's transformation was not yet completed as she notices movement on his back as the white energy began to take the shape of the very flying appendages she was just thinking of, their properties being bat-like as they had skin across the majority of their length instead of feathers, and distinct fingers were seen at the tips of them. But just when Ryuko thought this bizarre transformation was complete, it seemed that Izuku Midoriya still had one more surprise for her, and she spots it when the last of the energy began to focus on the boy's torso, and for a brief moment she sees that entire area light up along with the esophagus muscle in his neck and the back of his mouth. Could this be his Draconis fundamentum forming? Perhaps his Arcanicus glands as well? Ryuko says before a thought occurred to her, and she starts adding everything up. Scales as white as snow. A cold chill spreading throughout the area around him despite it being warm this time of year. Ice forming just by him standing there. Finally, there's that single-minded ferocity in his eyes. It can only be one thing. It was at that moment when Izuku's draconic aura flare up and another dragon appears behind him once again, only it was far different than the black dragon from earlier. Its head had a sleek profile, with a small, sharp beak at the nose and a pointed chin with a crest supported by a single backward curving spine atop of it, exactly like Izuku. The dragon also had scaled cheeks, spiny dewlaps, and a few protruding teeth when its mouth is closed. Its wings appear blunted at the tips, with the trailing edge of the wing shows a blue tinge, and the back edge of the wing membrane join the body near the back leg, at about the middle of its thigh. And it had that exactly same smile on its face that the black dragon from earlier had, teeth and all. All of this along with its magnificent white scales made Ryuko think that just for a moment that she was looking at the physical embodiment of a fierce blizzard raging through the night while a crisp chemical odor fills her nostrils. I would have never believed it if I wasn't seeing it with my own eyes. Ryuko says to herself. He has awoken his first dragon, and at the age of 14 no less. The dragon behind Izuku then lets out a silent roar, one that was mimicked by the boy himself as he rears his head back, spreads his wings out to their fullest extent, and let loose a challenge to the very heavens themselves that echo throughout the city and beyond. From her position, she could spot torrent of ice exploding out of his throat as he did so. The weakest of the chromatic true dragons, Ryuko said breathlessly, the undisputed ruler of the frozen wastelands. Izuku ceases his roar and now glare directly at Ryuko. Draco rigidus frigidus, the animalistic white dragon. White dragon Izuku takes a step toward Ryuko, but it was not so much that he was walking toward her but more akin to stalking, his body tight and tense. His wings were folded on his back and billows of ice rolled out of his open mouth while his tail was coiled up behind him, and he looked the very definition of an apex predator just waiting for the right opportunity to strike. To pounce. And as a bit of dust got into Ryuko's nose. Achoo! He found it and launches himself at the hero while her eyes were close with a measure of zeal and speed that caught the woman off guard. almost costing the seasoned pro hero her left eye and everything behind it if she did not duck in time to dodge White Dragon Izuku's claw swipe. His movement has vastly increased, Ryuko notes as she backflips away, putting distance between her and White Dragon Izuku. He's not the same person he was a few moments ago. Instantly, Ryuko transforms her entire body to match Izuku minus the wings as she regrows her tail and pale gray scales once more adore her body. But she kept her hands and feet from turning into claws for fear of greatly hurting the boy, while White Dragon Izuku seemed to have no such reservation as he charges her, razor-sharp claws at the ready. While he was still lacking in technique and form with his attacks, he greatly made up for it with a feral ferocity as he attempts another claw swipe at Ryuko, only for the woman to lean backwards out of reach with the very tips of her body hair being sliced off in the process. Ryuko spins back, unleashing a tail swipe at White Dragon Izuku's gut, but is surprised when the boy jumps above it and lets it pass harmlessly underneath him while he delivered a kick which makes contact with Ryuko's head, causing the heroine to become off balance as her senses were rattled. Luckily for the Dragoon Hero, instinct kicks in and she predicts that Izuku would go for another headshot during this window of opportunity and put her arms up to guard her head. Sure enough, another one of White Dragon Izuku's kick collides with her left arm, which was protecting her skull. Acting quickly, Ryuko makes a grab at his leg and latches on tight as she plants her feet and twists her body to get enough momentum to hurl Boy Dragon Hybrid across the field. As he was traveling through the air, though, the boy manages to regain his balance in mid-flight, briefly opened his wings, and used them to gently land on his feet, assuming a crouching position upon touching down that reminded Ryuko of a tiger poising to pounce on its prey. And as soon as she blinks, White Dragon Izuku did just that. Rushing at her on all fours, the boy once again quickly closes the distance, his claws digging into the ground and throwing chucks up in the air behind him as he went. As soon as he was within range, he propels himself into the air and came at Ryuko with his claws extended out in front of him, aiming at her head. Acting on instinct once more, the heroine spin steps out the way of the oncoming attack, letting White Dragon Izuku sail by, and prepares herself to go after him once he lands when she suddenly felt something hard solidly strike her in the head. Turn out it was his tail, and even with her entire body, including her head, covered in scales, the blow she felt shook her up a little, almost costing her greatly as she recovers just in time to see a pair of razor-edge claws once more coming at her face. Responding swiftly, Ryuko brings her hands up and catches White Dragon Izuku's wrists in an iron grip, just narrowly stopping his claw barely half an inch from impaling both of her eyeballs. He caught me off guard again. Even in this state he still shows impressive intelligent if not instinctual cunning. As all she has time to think, because due to once again being put off balance, the momentum of his lunge proves to be a bit too much for her as she goes crashing to the ground with a wild White Dragon Izuku still trying to end her existence as he immediately tries to chow down on Ryuko's face with his mouth filled with serrated teeth, forcing the woman to constantly move her head out of the way in order to avoid his constant snapping at her. Between this and still finding the strength to keep his claws at bay, the pro hero of Okinawa found herself in quite a predicament. That was when she notices that something sharp was now scratching into the scales on her lower body, and when she briefly glances down she realized that it was even worse than she thought. For Izuku was also using the claws at the end of his feet in an attempt to disembowel her, and while her scales seemed to be holding him back from doing this for now, it was only a matter of time before a blow struck true. Falling back on the same set of skills that made her both feared and respected among heroes and villains alike, Ryuko delivers a vicious headbutt at her opponent's mouth just as he was getting ready to make another attempt to bite her, which temporarily causes him to become disoriented from the sheer impact of the hit, thus giving her the opening she needed. She shifts her weight and rolls over, swapping position with Izuku before he could even recover. In the blink of an eye he found himself pinned to the ground. Gotcha, Ryuko thought, but before she could relish in her victory, all her attention found itself focusing intently on White Dragon Izuku's open mouth as he drew a deep breath and a bright white glow began to emit from within it. Ryuko then felt the temperature in the immediate vicinity suddenly drop. AF****** echoes through her mind as she quickly begins to grow out her wings and launches herself high into the air with her powerful legs. It was not even a second after she left the ground that White Dragon Izuku unleashes his icy breath upwards into the sky and Ryuko's vision becomes blanketed in a storm of ice. Living on the island of Okinawa, Ryuko never once experienced a real winter while growing up. Such a thing was considered exotic on an island where the only thing that fell from the sky was rain and where the lowest temperature in its recorded history was only a mere 5 degrees Celsius or 40 degrees Fahrenheit, which was cold, but it was not unbearable, and such occurrences were so rare that she herself had never experienced that. Sure, she has met people with ice quirks in her youth, but she never really felt the sensation that one feels when the entire area, as far as the eye can see, was covered in a blanket of ice and snow and all life was just still. When she started her heroic studies at an average-level hero school on the island of Kyushu, winter was still just a myth to her. Something that she only heard about from other people and seen on television. Truth be told, she would not bear witness to her first snowflake until her sidekick's days, when she was sent as part of a task force to the island of Hokkaido in order to take down a minor villain league that was starting to set up shop there. It was the month of January, and while waiting for orders at the building that was being used as their temporary headquarters, she just happened to look outside and found herself breathless at the sight of the entire city being covered in white as snow rained down from the sky. Incidentally, that was also the day she had her first snowball fight and the first time she felt the sting of a howling winter storm. But in conclusion, she might as well had been in the middle of the damn Sahara Desert at high noon that day in comparison to the cold she was feeling right now as she frantically flaps her wings in order to escape the large gale of ice that was now coming directly upward toward her. She could feel the stings of numbness on her feet and tail as White Dragon Izuku's breath attack got closer with every passing moment, and she was certain that it was only by the grace of her ancestors that she barely manages to get out of range of it at the last possible second, as it stops just short of a couple of feet from her right as she about to kick her wings into overdrive. As she finally stops to catch her breath, she looks on in amazement on the world beneath her. The ice breath may have fell short of hitting her, but that did not mean it did not leave an effect on the world around it, and the trail of weaponized ice plummet to the ground, shattering on impact and scattering shards of frozen water throughout the area. But all the while White Dragon Izuku continued to glare menacingly at Ryuko as he got up from the ground, snarling in a fit of rage that clearly conveyed that he was none too pleased that his quarry had once again eluded him. That breath attack was impressive. Far better than he should be able to do on his first try, Ryuko told herself as she kept watching Izuku from a safe distance in the sky. Perhaps I should just play it safe and just wait up here until he runs out of energy. His entire focus seems to be on me, so. That idea immediately gets thrown out of the window as White Dragon Izuku unfolds his wings and launches himself in the air in almost the same manner that Ryuko herself did moments ago. He can fly right off the bat. This was not accounted for. Ryuko mentally screams and prepares herself once again for another assault. Only to see such actions as said White Dragon Izuku plummet from the air and fell flat on his face, his wings spread out on his sides. Well, that was anticlimactic and a bit disappointing. It really would have been something if he could fly right away, Ryuko tells herself. A growl emits from White Dragon Izuku as he lifts his head off the ground and focuses his eyes on the pro hero, reminding her that his hearing was greatly heightened and he no doubt heard the comment. He only gazes at her for a moment though before shifting to his wings, glaring at them with such an intensity that Ryuko was sure that he was trying to mentally threatening them to serve their purpose. When that did not obviously work, he turns back to the heroine and opens his mouth once again, taking another deep breath in the process, and another white glow began to radiate from his maw. Ryuko merely lifts an eyebrow at this but make no further attempt to climb higher. He then unleashes his breath attack once again at her. And the icy gale did not even go half a meter out of his mouth before it dies out. The boy is then reduced to a coughing fit, with puffs of ice ejecting from his mouth with every hack. His downtime between breaths is longer than expected, Ryuko muses while she simply kept watching White Dragon Izuku as he recovers. Okay, these past few moments aside, it has been a long time since I fought someone like this, Ryuko muses in her head after a moment. No rhythm to his attacks. No techniques that I could formulate a counter to. Just pure raw instinct and feral savagery. If he wasn't trying to take my head off, it would be impressive. Ryuko, we got a problem. Takako's voice comes on over the communication device. Yeah, I realize that. The boy is a bit more powerful in his initial awakening than we thought he would be, with his breath attack and such, but it's nothing I can't handle. The pro-heroine replies while keeping her eyes on White Dragon Izuku. The kid can already use his breath attack. Takako asks, wait, what am I saying? That is not a problem. What is a problem is that you got at least 7 different news station copters and a dozen more news vans on the way to your position. They will be there in about 15 minutes. I fail to see how that's bad news. I knew that we're going to come eventually, and if anything, this gives me more than enough time to finish up here and come up with a plan on how to deal with them, Ryuko says. They are not the issue. The reason they are taking so long to get there is because they are trying to provide live coverage on All Might and Hawks, and guess what they are doing? Ryuko lets out a breath she did not know she was holding. Oh, please don't tell me. You got about 5 minutes tops to wrap it up, or this whole endeavor might well be beyond salvage if those two get personally involved. Because no matter how you look at it, whether Izuku magically wins or way more likely loses, the second the boy raises a hand at the symbol of peace or Hawks, it is all over. It sure seems like I'm the one getting tested today by the ancestors, Ryuko thought as she disconnects the line. Okay, no more Miss Nice Girl. The pro-heroine takes a deep breath and lowers herself to the ground. Izuku took notice of this and wills himself to cease his coughing fit, instead eyeing the heroine and pondering what exactly she was doing. Ryuko pays no mind to this, and as her feet touch the dirt, she let the breath out slowly, focusing herself as she takes a simple stance with her left foot out in front of her right foot and her open hands facing toward Izuku. Her breathing was calm and controlled, along with her eyes being close. To most people it would seem like she was meditating. To White Dragon Izuku's feral mind she looked like an easy target, and his body reacts in kind as he charges forward at her, claws extended. Step by step he closes the gap between Ryuko and him until the very tip of his claws were nearly touching her. And that's when the Dragoon Hero pivoted on her left foot and swung her body out the way, thus allowing the boy to go straight past her. It is during this critical moment that time itself seemed to slow down for the two combatants, as within the confines of White Dragon Izuku's nearly bestial mind did he realize that he had been tricked, and out of the corners of his eyes he notices Ryuko's right knee come up while simultaneously her right elbow came down. The first collide hard with his gut while the second drill into his lower back, both at the precise same time. He felt an intense burst of pain surge through his body briefly before his vision was swarmed by shadows, but just before he fully succumbs to the void, he notices two things coming his way from the distance. One was running at high speeds on the ground, the only notable features was its buddy hair, while another was trailing a bit behind in the air, red-orangish wings sticking out of its back. And with that, the boy's world went dark for the second time today. We were robbed of what was rightfully ours. She took it from us. A voice breaks in through the darkness. It was harsh, rough, and full of anger. And it is a good thing she did. The boy was not ready to deal with the consequences of his actions if she did not interfere. A second voice says, this time it was smooth, lovely, and full of compassion. The boy could have simply told his mother and other adults and have them deal with the matter. Instead, thanks to you, he became a vigilante and took the laws of this land into his own hands. A third voice pops up, mask in a tone smothered in authority and dutifulness. The only way to achieve any type of justice is to do it yourself. By doing this, the boy showed that he is not meek or someone to be pushed around anymore. A fourth voice, this one comprises of a carefree laughter, though underneath it held a hint of recklessness. If you guys are going to keep arguing over this, can you please keep it down? I am trying to sleep here. A fifth voice cuts in that was toneless, emotionless, and uncaring. Quiet you. The first four voices say at the same time. Always ganging up on me, I swear, the fifth voice says in response. Anyway, you force upon the boy a power he was not ready to receive yet. Do you not realize what would have happened if it would have been too much for his body and mind to handle? The second voice then says, I figure you would have learned from your mistakes by now. The human has anger and willpower. That is all one needs to use my gifts. The first voice responds, the only mistake I had made was assuming he was as strong as his. What is going on? Izuku asks himself as his eyes began to open up, but instead of seeing the owners of the five strange voices, he found himself staring up at a ceiling. Oh my, so you have finally woken up, he hears, and he tilts his head down to see a woman with short, shoulder-length silver hair standing at the end of the bed he was in, looking at him with eyes that reminded Izuku of the time that he was experimenting on the element mercury during science class for some reason. He also, for some reason, detected a hint of rain from her despite it being a sunny day without a cloud in the sky. She was dressed in standard medical caregiver outfit, though it seemed to be different from the one he has seen nurses wear before, seeing how it had an argent color tone to it. Who are you? He asks as he sits up, almost immediately noticing that he was not wearing his school uniform anymore but instead a pair of faded blue jeans and a plain white t-shirt. What the? Wow, you recover far sooner than the medical staff thought you would. You even beat my time by 2 hours, she answers, ignoring his initial question. Medical staff? Where am I? He asks. You're at Musutafu General Hospital in the criminal ward. The woman answers with a smile. Oh, and by the way, your clothes and shoes were destroyed, so the hospital gave you some extra. Izuku shot up at the mention of his location, disregarding the clothes comment. The criminal ward was used by the hospital to hold villains who took a beating from whatever pro-hero put a stop to their evil deeds. It had a tight security presence with heavily armed guards and was even patrolled regularly by local pro-heroes, including those who worked at UA. It was even equipped with a high-security holding cell if such measures were needed. Why am I here? Izuku asks, panic flowing into his voice. You don't remember a thing, do you? The woman asks with a caring voice. You poor thing. You don't remember attacking those kids from your school? Izuku's eyes widen at this. I did what? You attacked 7 kids from your class and all of them are in this very hospital at the moment. A voice says from the doorway and Izuku turns to see Ryukyu standing there while leaning on the frame. What? Izuku shouts. This has got to be some sort of mistake. I would never attack anyone. The viral video going around the internet says otherwise, Ryuko states as she nods to the other woman, who took that as her cue to leave. VVV viral video. Look at this, Ryuko says as she pulls her phone out and places it in front of Izuku. #1 video trending right now in Japan. Izuku could not believe what he was seeing. There he was completely throttling the twins' gang and even the twins themselves with almost no real effort on his part. From swatting Asahi into a wall, all the way up to Ryuko grabbing him and flying off, it was just a solid few moments of Izuku handing out ass-swapping after ass-swapping to his bullies. But despite the evidence being presented to him about what he did, he just could not recall any of it. But how could I have done this? Izuku questions. I don't remember doing any of this. Well, what do you remember? A voice for the door of the room said, and Izuku looks up to see a woman with waist-length jet black hair standing there, dressed sharply in a matching black two-piece suit with one hand placed under her opposite elbow while the other hand was adjusting her brownish, possibly copper-colored glasses with a hand whose sharpened fingernails reminded Izuku of claws for some reason. Also, he barely, just barely, caught the hint of rot and foul water emitting off of her, but it seemed to be covered up by multiple layers of perfume. Her pitch-dark eyes lock onto the boy's green ones and he felt a shiver travel along his spine as it seems that the woman was judging him for a brief moment. Though he would also be lying if he said that his eyes did not, for a quick second, drift down to the woman's voluptuous chest, which seemed to push the seams of her top to their very limits. Her eyes are cold, he tells himself, more so in an attempt to distract himself from the woman's assets. Ah, you here? Ryuko says as she puts her phone away. Izuku, this is Takako Higa, my secretary, attorney, and basically my right hand when it comes to running my agency. How do you do, Midoriya? The woman greets in a professional manner, tone and all. I don't really know how I feel right now, Izuku confessed as everything he was told began to sink in. I just got a bombshell drop on me and I'm finding it all hard to believe. That is understandable regarding the current situation, Takako said as she walks up to the hospital bed, but if you want a positive outcome to all of this, I need you to recall as much as you can on what happened today. Can you do that for me? Izuku looks into Takako's black eyes and he found himself thinking that he was in the midst of one of those military interrogations he's seen in movies, strapped to a chair and everything while someone was holding a torturing device nearby. But he shakes this feeling away and begins trying to recall everything that happened. I was walking home after school got out. I was in a hurry to get to the train station before what exactly? Takako inquires. Izuku hesitates for a moment, but soon keeps going. Before Katsuki, Kasumi, and their gang caught up with me, he finishes. And just why would you not want them to catch up to you? Takako pushes on while Ryuko watches silently. Because they were going to hurt me. Again. Izuku struggles to get out, teardrops beginning to form in his eyes as he looks down into his lap, but yet Takako persisted. But they did catch up with you, did they not? She states, and Izuku's silence was her answer. They got a hold of you like a rat caught in a trap. Please stop, Izuku begs as memories began to resurface. They got a hold of you like they always have and beat you down like the piece of trash they believe you to be. Takako kept going. I said stop, Izuku now says. And the fact that you did not even attempt to fight back show that maybe they are right about you, Takako said. Cut it out. Izuku almost shouts, his hands clenching into tight fists, and Ryuko could feel a powerful presence starting to emit from him, no different from the ones she felt earlier today. And why would they not? Up until now, you were just a quirkless nobody, barely worth attention, so they had every rig. That's enough. Izuku screams as he turns his head to face Takako, a pulse of malicious fury coming off of him and his eyes briefly flashing red before returning to normal. And for a moment, everyone in the room is frozen solid, though each with different expression on their faces. Izuku was one of terrified realizations as the sudden rush of rage sparked his memory and nearly everything he did came rushing back to him. Takako was one of indifference as she continues to stare into the boy's eyes and study him. Ryuko was trying to suppress a smile and was lucky that Izuku was looking away from her. Bingo. The pro hero tells herself. Takako, can you go outside for a moment? Later on, we will be discussing your conduct just now toward a clearly distraught child, Ryuko then says. If you feel it prudent, Takako responds. I do, Ryuko says as she gestures toward the door and Takako turns to head toward it and leave the room. Holy crap, I really did fight them. She then hears Izuku whispers, I could have killed them. Izuku then turns his attention toward Ryuko, I even try fighting you. I would say more than try. You actually managed to land a couple hits on me, Ryuko confess, you should give yourself credit for that. A couple? Izuku suddenly looks up, I'm only recalling the one when I punched you in the cheek through sheer luck and the hit you threw afterwards that knocked me out. Ryuko's right eyebrow could not go up any higher even if she tried. You really don't remember anything after that? She asks only to receive a headshake as an answer. Not a thing, Izuku says, though I do recall hearing 5 distinctly different voices right before I woke up. They sounded like they were arguing over something. It was probably just a dream though. Probably so. You were out cold, Ryuko states. Though I am also remembering a feeling of savagery, predatory even. I'm pretty sure I was feeling it right before I woke up, Izuku adds. Really? Describe this feeling a bit more if you could, Ryuko requests. Izuku ponders for a moment before speaking. It was like I took all logical thought, crumbled it into a ball and threw it out the window, without even opening the window first. It was more like I was relying on my gut instinct alone. Izuku explains, I know that sounds weird but I'm being honest here. I was basically feral. I see, Ryuko says before pulling her phone back out and type in a long sequence code. She then looks down back at Izuku. I trust you are aware of the fact that some pro heroes like to personally record any encounters they have with villains or when they have to perform rescue missions, right? She asks. Izuku slowly nods, yeah, so they can see what areas they need to improve on. Hawks says he does it all the time. It's not a well-known fact but I like to do it as well from time to time, Ryuko says, and I felt it prudent to do so once I got you far enough away to a safe location. What do you mean safe? Izuku asks while also wondering what she was doing on her phone. Midoriya, I'll be honest. You were going to more than likely kill those kids if I didn't get there in time to stop you, Ryuko spoke, and unlike a majority of pro heroes nowadays, I prioritize civilian safety above all else mainly because I have the means to take a villain away from where they're at. She then lowers her phone so Izuku could see the screen. This is what my personal surveillance drone recorded. I suggest you watch it while I go have a chat with my secretary. I have something else I want to talk to you about when I come back as well, she says, but most likely Izuku did not hear her as he was now in a state of complete shock as the video played. Ryuko briskly made her way through the police checkpoint, letting the heavily armed guards know that she would return in a little while. She then walks outside away from the building, avoiding the media and other law enforcement members that were around, including a number of other pro-heroes, until she came to a small isolated clearing on the edge of the hospital grounds, where Takako was currently smoking a cigarette. "So, what do you think?" Ryuko finally asks after making sure they were alone before leaning up against a tree with her arms crossed. "I think we are going to have our hands full with him." Takako starts. The boy is emotionally, mentally, physically, and possibly spiritually frail from years of bullying and has a low self-esteem. By going off the video footage Tatsuhiro was able to get out of the Aldera's security system, what occurred in the alleyway was more than likely the first time he has ever fought back, and he was not even in control when that happened. "I can vouch for the boy's power. I have felt it and witnessed it myself. I am not doubting the boy's power, Ryuko. I felt it too from miles away," Takako says. "The issue we are running into is that he was supposed to be out of high school when he had his initial awakening, not still in junior high, and that if he was to have it at all, this was not anticipated, and thus it puts a lot of obstacles in the way, including the issues of the HPSC now getting involved as well as the media. We had plans in place just in case something like this happened, so let Tomi and I worry about that for now," Ryuko states. Takako moves to comment but stops upon noticing Ryuko's trembling hands. "Your hands are shaking. You only do that whenever you are extremely nervous. A rarity nowadays," the lawyer points out. "I'm terrified actually," Ryuko admits. "Also, you should know that right before I left the room, I show Izuku the footage we had of him taking on the essence of the white dragon." Takako give Ryuko a slight glare before shaking her head. "I really wish you would have waited until I was back there with you before doing that. That might unnerve the boy," she says. "Honestly though, of all the dragons he could have awoken first, he chose the white dragon. He could have chosen the brass dragon, or even the silver dragon. I would have even taken the blue dragon. You can at least compromise with them. We are so lucky that the only footage of him transforming is in our hands, and that All Might and Hawks only arrive after he returned to normal. At least now we will have some credibility when we put forth the report that he had a quirk manifestation, and that is what caused him to act irrational and aggressive. It will make ever." "I requested a press brief," Ryuko says, cutting Takako off, "in about 2 hours. Might I ask why you did this without telling me first?" the lawyer says after a moment. Social media and other platforms are calling for Midoriya to be charged as an adult because everyone thinks that he, a quirkless kid, attacked non-quirkless kids. We have to try and get a handle on things before the HPSC buckles to public demand like they sometimes do, Ryuko explains. Takako gives off a long sigh before putting out the cigarette that was still in her hand and quickly pulling out her phone. Looking over at Ryuko, who gives her a quick nod, she starts dialing a number. The phone rings only once before it was picked up. "Tomi, parameters have changed. We are moving the whole timetable up, and we are going to stir up the hornet's nest while doing so," Takako spoke, and the voice on the other end reply, "We are going into Point Delta. Tell the others to prep everything up, and Ryuko and I will be expecting a debrief from everyone when we return tonight. Also tell Tatsuhiro to analyze the initial footage in every detail and let him know he has permission to go all in on the Aldera tasking. We are not going to have time to play games with them should the time come. After that, have him prep a suitable edition of the footage so we can release to the public at the press brief that the Ryuko is now having in 2 hours, and send it to me ASAP. Don't forget that Tatsuhiro needs to make sure that all the evidence off of the street cameras that were watching the alley before I show up need to be deleted so that we have the only copy as leverage if need be," Ryuko chimes him. "Did you get all that, Tomi? Good then, get to work," Takako says before hanging up and returning her attention to Ryuko. "Now back to the matter at hand. No pun indeed. Why are you so nervous about this?" "What if he says no?" Ryuko says, her voice slightly cracking in the process, or worse, what if he says yes? "Remember, Ryuko, we prepare for this," Takako reminds her. Did we prepare ourselves to turn some innocent kid's life upside down and drag him into something that he had no need to be a part of in the first place? Like you said, he is far younger than we predicted he would be when he had his initial awakening, and now everything is just moving so fast," Ryuko counters. "You have seen all the surveillance footage. His life was as low as it could possibly be," Takako states. "No friends, he was constantly bullied, teachers did not care for him whatsoever. His mom is always working and dear old dad is no one in sight. If anything, his life just got way better. That remains to be seen, Ryuko says. That it does. But in the meantime, what do you need me to do to make this somewhat easier for you? Takako asks. Ryuko smiles slightly at her friend's concern and straightens up a little before speaking. What I need for you to do is to handle the matter involving those other kids first. Once that is dealt with, we can move forward without distractions. What about the school? Takako asks. News is saying they have already expelled him. Saying stuff like, multiple disciplinary problems, and disregard to authority, is the reason behind the boy's actions. Even saying that the problem started at home with his mother and lack of a father figure. If he doesn't have to attend public school, then that makes this easier for us, Ryuko comments, but we'll deal with them when the time is right. No way they're getting off scot-free. Alright then. In regards to the kids and their families, shall I make them squirm first? Takako asks as a sadistic smile flashes across her lips. Try not to go too hard on them, will ya? Extend the offer like we discuss and make them realize that if they press charges it will end badly for them in court. Ryuko informs her as she turns away. I suggest you leave the twins for last since they are no doubt the leaders of the gang. Break the minions before taking on the bosses, huh? Just like my role-playing games, Takako asks. Should I try to be a bit more civil this time? It would make things far easier if you did, Ryuko says as she starts walking back to the hospital while Takako stays back a moment and lights up another cigarette. After taking a long drag, she flicks it away into a nearby garbage can and starts heading back toward the hospital, though at a different entrance than Ryuko, exhaling the smoke while doing so. Time to show these rice-eaters why I was known as the black-haired ballbuster of Tokyo University. Back at the hospital, Ryuko hears as she re-enters the hospital and the pro-heroine looks to her left to see the top pro-hero in Japan walking straight toward her with a smile on his face, and surprisingly by himself. Ah, All Might. You're already done giving your report to the Public Safety Commission representative? Ryuko asks. Yes, Hawks and myself just finish up, All Might answers. Luckily, he was able to hold the reporters at bay so I could look for you. Oh. And might I ask why you wanted to see me? Ryuko says. You are a no-nonsense pro-hero. I respect that and therefore will cut to the chase, All Might says as he looks around and makes sure that they were alone. I have an offer I want to extend to you. This catches Ryuko's full attention. It was not every day that the symbol of peace did something like this, at least as far as she was aware. Believe or not, I was actually trying to ask you earlier today after we foiled the robbery attempt, but you left in such a hurry, All Might explains first. Ryuko's face shrivels up a little after remembering that incident that happened hours ago. I apologize for that, All Might. I got a bad feeling and took off to investigate it, she half lied. Haha. Think nothing of it. You prevented people from getting severely injured. When a pro-hero does that, how can I not let bygones be bygones? All Might said before placing his hand on his chin and donning a thoughtful expression. Not so sure about Hawks though. The young man is not as tough as me. I'm sure he'll manage, Ryuko thought. Anyway, back to this offer of mine, All Might continue. I hope he is not offering a team-up. I already got my hands full with Takayama and I don't need any more wandering eyes. Ryuko thought before speaking. What kind of offer? Quite frankly, I want you to watch someone for me who is basically family, All Might answers. Do this and I'm willing to help you out with anything in return. Simply name it. Ryuko stares at All Might for a moment, the features on her face conveying that she was deep in thought at the moment. Actually, I might need this favor of yours here in a bit, she says. When Takako silently entered the room where the Bakugo family was residing, she notices that she got there just as the police were leaving after no doubting questioning the teenagers. Hopefully they actually put up more of a fight unlike the others' kids and their families. Takako tells herself as she could feel herself being riled up at the mere thought of the torment she was about to put this family through with no remorse whatsoever. Honestly, I didn't think Izuku had it in him to do something like this, Masaru admits as he gave his daughter a look over, checking the dressing around her ribs. He always seems so quiet and timid. Like they say, it's always the quiet ones you have to worry about, Mitsuki says as she did the same to Katsuki while checking the bandages on his hand. Still though, I just didn't think he was capable of this level of violence. Something just doesn't add up. Masaru concluded. I know Izuku and the twins have drifted apart over the years, but why attack them? Neither of the parents seemed to notice the look the twins gave to each other. I kept telling Inko the boy needs a father figure in his life ever since Hisashi left overseas in order for him deal with his emotions as he grew up. She never listened to me even when we were young, and now this happens. Mitsuki growls. To think he just attack you guys and your friends like that just out of the blue. You would be surprised what people are capable of when they have been pushed too far, Takako states, getting the attention of the entire family, who all look at her with confused expressions, mostly because no one saw her enter the room. What? Mitsuki says in response. The F*** do you want now, hag? Kasumi curses, her envious eyes glaring at the woman's impressive bosom. Forgive me, I should have made myself known before speaking, but I am Takako Higa and I am here on behalf of the Ryukyu agency. I believe I met you kids in the alleyway earlier, Takako says, ignoring Kasumi's insult. I will show you who is in charge soon enough, little girl. Ryukyu agency? Tomoji works over there, doesn't he? Tomoji Miyagi? Masaru says, and Takako briefly directs her attention to him. This man seems too innocent. Definitely the pushover of the relationship. Perhaps I will go easy on him. He reminds me too much of Tomoji. Takako thought before she gave a nod, that he does. If I recall correctly, he has done collaborated projects with you before, Mr. Bakugo. Ah yes. Good kid, that one. Good head on his shoulder. Always knew how to make everyone laugh and lighten the mood, as well as a genius with fashion. Masaru heartily laughs. It would be like kicking a puppy, Takako could not help but think. How can we help you today, Miss Higa? Mitsuki asks as her eyes start to take on the form of her daughters as they drift over the secretary's body. Ah yes, you see, my employer would like to extend an offer to pay the full medicinal bill for everyone involved in this unfortunate incident, she says as she pulls a card out of her well-endowed chest and hands it to Masaru, who suddenly found himself turning bright red. The card is intercepted by Mitsuki before he can take it though, and the woman sends a glare to both her husband and Takako. While Masaru shrunk back a little, Takako held the woman's stare. Yep, she wears the pants in the house, the secretary thought. Okay, so what's the catch, lady? I doubt you're doing this out of goodwill, Mitsuki questions while looking at the card. You are correct, ma'am. In exchange, we would like settle the matter regarding Izuku Midoriya out of court, Takako explains. We? Masaru repeats, are you implying what I think you're implying? If what you are implying is that I will be representing Izuku Midoriya in court should it come to that, then yes. Ryukyu has explicitly stated that I take the case should it come to that, for I am not only her secretary but also her lawyer. I don't give a damn who you are. Katsuki yells, there's no way Deku is getting out of this one. It's 7 testimonies against his 1. Deku? Masaru repeats in his head. Yeah, he dug his grave and now he's going to be buried in it. Kasumi agrees. Have you seen the news lately? They're calling him a villain in the making. He could be charged as an adult. I do not believe that, for I have already made this offer to the other families and they have all agreed to not press charges, Takako says, almost there. What? Katsuki shouts. How the F*** did that happen? What did you threaten them with, you bitch? Kasumi joins in. Young lady, I do not make threats, especially in regards to legal matters such as this. Such things are beneath me. All I did was ask them a simple question. Takako answers, if you were 4 years older, I would slap some manners into you. Yeah, and what was that? Katsuki asks. I simply asked them exactly what were they doing in that alley, Takako answers. The hell? We were minding our own business when Deku suddenly attacked us. What's it to ya, cow tits? Kasumi answers. Izuku Midoriya, a single scrawny teenage boy, decides to attack 7 teenagers around his age out of the blue despite all of them having decently strong quirks? Takako inquires. I would leave a handprint on your face that would not go away for days. He caught us off guard while we were hanging out and it's as simple as that, Katsuki says, still anger over the outcome of the conflict. It is not that simple, young man, Takako states. If charges are pressed against Izuku, then that means there will be a criminal investigation along with a trial since people were hospitalized and a pro-hero was involved. It wasn't our fault. We were just minding our own business, Kasumi shouts. Regardless of that little detail, the trial would still happen, and this is one of the many questions you would be asked by a criminal investigator and in court by a lawyer such as myself. Takako says, just one more push. Let the seconds tick by for a moment. Let them wallow in their own mess. Correct me if I am wrong, but Aldera Junior High is located in the Naka ward of the city, correct? Takako starts out, breaking the silence of the room. Time to spring the trap. It is, Masaru answers. And you all resided in the Higashi ward to the east of it, Mitsuki answers. Ah, so the same ward all your friends resided in then, just like they told me? Takako asks while directing her attention to Katsuki and Kasumi. Yeah, they do. Even though Daichi is living in the Higashi ward with his dad for now since his parents are divorced and his mom lives in the Hamakita ward, Kasumi answers up. His father did mention that. Anyway, I looked up the Midoriya residence in the city public records and found out that Izuku Midoriya and his mother live in the Minami ward, which is to the south. The alley that the incident occurred in is located just 3 blocks from the Takatsuka station on the Tokaido main line. That line would put him within a 10-minute walk of his house once he got off at his stop. Takako says as she fights hard to suppress the smile that was threatening to form on her lips as she watches the expression on Masaru's face begin to change as though the gears in his head were finally starting to turn. Yes. All according to plan. What's your point, lady? Katsuki states as he spars a glance over at his sister, only to be surprised as she looks like she just saw a ghost. Oh crap. He hears her whisper along with his parents hearing it as well. You fool. You activated my trap card. Takako thought before speaking. The point is that Midoriya had every reason to be in that alleyway after school while you and your friends did not. You all should have headed east toward the Sakishi station to get home, not south to the Takatsuka station. So, if we were in court I would have no choice but to ask you why exactly you were there, and you would be under oath to tell me the truth, and I could also request a quirk user who could tell if someone was lying to be present as well. Katsuki's eyes grew wide and he had the exact expression that a little kid who just got caught with their hand in the cookie jar would had. 7 teenagers hanging around a train station that they had no business to be at in the first place. Takako continue on, it just would not add up once you stop and think about it. Did you not see the video, lady? Deku tore right through our friends. Katsuki blurts out, even if it pains him to do so. Yes. I did see the footage and I must say he was highly effective in defeating the majority of your group. He did not meet any form of resistance whatsoever until he got to you two, and even then, it was minor at best. If it was not for Ryukyu getting there in time and taking him away from the scene, I no doubt feel that you two would be in the emergency room right now, or worse, seeing how Izuku's level of aggression only seemed to rise the moment he could fully focus on you two. Takako says as she places a hand on her chin, almost as if he had a personal vendetta against you guys specifically. What the hell is that? Katsuki yells only to be cut off when he notices that his dad had a hard expression on his face, completely opposite of what he usually had. This was something that was not missed by Takako. Oh? Looks like Daddy's starting to put the pieces together. Takako tells herself before pressing on, but this all leads back to my initial question of why were you there in that alley when you should have been heading the other way to get home? A good 65% of the Minami ward is rural, with farms and rice fields on its outskirts, along with an average-sized urban area where the Midoriya family reside, and Takoba Municipal Beach Park is the only real place to hang out, and that is covered in garbage. Not the ideal place for a group of teenagers to hang out at if you ask me, especially on a school night. I am in control here now, you little shits. An eerie silence descends upon the hospital room and the occupants could only stare at one another. Forgive me, but I also failed to mention that since this would be treated as a criminal case if charges were pressed, I would have the legal power to look at the footage from all the cameras in the general area, including those around the train station and the street, preferably around the time before the incident. Of course, then there is always Izuku Midoriya's own testimony along with the aforementioned quirk user who would be able to tell if he was lying. Katsuki's skin now turned pale white and was now matching his sister's, something that was also picked up on by Masaru. Anyway, Takako speaks after a moment, whether or not you decide to press charges, Ryukyu is still willing to foot the hospital bill with no strings attached. Therefore, I believe my business here is concluded for today. I bid you children a speedy recovery and everyone a good day. Takago turns around to leave only to stop upon hearing Masaru call out to her. Might I ask why Ryukyu is doing all of this for Izuku? This seems to go beyond the duties of a pro hero. Takago looks back over her shoulder to answer. Ryuko has her reasons, both professional and personal, on why she is helping him, and I am not at liberty to disclose them. Is that right? Masaru says. Ryukyu is going to be having a press brief here soon. I suggest you watch it for more answers. Takako interrupts, but I do have a question for you. Yeah, and what at that? Mitsuki asks. Do you think it is possible for Izuku have to develop a quirk at the age of 14? Takako says. The whole Bakugo family looks at one another for a moment before Masaru answers. That would be unheard. I mean, every now and then you hear rumors of such thing happening, but then they turn out to be just rumors. Yeah, besides Izuku has 2 joints in his toe, a clear indication of him being quirkless. Mitsuki says. So how do you explain what he did? Takako inquires. Katsuki shrugs, anger issues that never got resolved. Kasumi agrees, yeah, that makes sense. He was mad because he knows he could never be a hero, while Katsuki and I will be the best ones ever. Got both pot and kettle here, Takako thought before speaking, even though he virtually manhandled 6 teenage boys that were, for the most part, bigger than him. Hey, I was there too. Kasumi screams, but Takako was not paying attention to her. Now Mitsuki shrugs, lots of anger built up from over the years. Adrenaline and whatnot. I see, Takako says. Is there anything else you need? Mitsuki asks, snapping Takako out of her thought, because I would like to get back to caring for my family. No, nothing else, Takako says. You have my card if you want to contact me. And with that Takako left the room. Glad that bitch is gone. She was getting on my nerves, Kasumi states. Honestly, why would a pro hero show such interest in Izuku though? It makes no sense, Mitsuki wonders before looking over at her husband, who seemed deep in thought. What's wrong, dear? Both Katsuki and Kasumi turn their attention to their father, and for a few moments, only silence reign in the room. Why do you guys address Izuku as Deku? I don't believe I ever heard you call him that before, he states as he turns his focus onto his children, and possibly for the first time in their lives, the twins found themselves actually afraid of their father as he bore a glare into their very souls. And why exactly were you in that part of town right after school anyway? Once outside the room, Takako walks sharply down the hallway at a fast but professional pace. She turns the corner into a small branch-off section, and after checking to make sure no one was around and there were no cameras in the area, she immediately leans over and put her hand on the wall to steady herself. By the revered ancestors, I wanted to slap the living shit out of everyone in that room except for the husband. He was surprisingly civil. If it was not for the laws of this land, I would have murdered all of them. She mentally shouts, grinding her teeth in anger. It's rice eaters like that who are the reason Japan is going to hell in a handbasket. A phone call interrupts her thoughts, and she quickly pulls it out and answers the call. Takako here, she says, and a voice starts talking on the other end. The video is ready. Okay, send it to me. You are already on your way as well? Good, we might need you for damage control and to advise Ryuko. Okay, see you in a bit. Outside of hospital room 876. I can't believe that just happened, even more so I can't believe I just accept All Might's offer without even consulting any of the others. They're going to be pissed off to the highest level of passivity. Ryuko mentally berates herself as she heads back to the room that held Izuku, but stops once she was only a couple feet away from it. No. That was a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity, and I couldn't pass it up even if the others told me to. After all, I am overall in charge of all this and I can make it work. While I should ask the others for advice when it comes to decisions like this, I'm the one that has the final word in everything. She told herself, everything falls on. Why are my feet suddenly wet? Ryuko looks down at the floor with a quizzical expression and was surprised to see that there was a large puddle of water on the floor. What the hell? She said as she follows the trail of the water until she realizes that it was leading out of Izuku's room. What is going on here? Has Izuku transformed into the white dragon again and the ice couldn't handle the room temperature? Wait a minute, that should be the least of my worries if that happened, she thought as she looks into the room, only to be surprised at the sight before her. Izuku was looking down at his lap once again while muttering something. Aiken. She heard him repeat over and over again before turning her attention to the woman sitting next to him, who seemed to be the source of the water on the floor going off the river of tears coming out of her eyes. Going off of her hair and eye color and how they seemed to exactly match Izuku, the pro hero was quickly able to deduce who the woman was. My little baby finally has a quirk, she cries as she looks into Ryuko's phone. So, this is the mother. I guess I had to meet her eventually, Ryuko tells herself as she steps into the room and coughs, catching the two occupants' attention. Mrs. Midoriya, I presume. Ah. Ryukyu. Inko shouts as she stands up and instantly kowtow onto the floor, which was still wet with her tears. You have my utmost gratitude for stopping my son from possibly fatally hurting someone. He is a sweet boy, he really is. Also, you have my most sincerity apologies for my son attacking you. Please get up, Mrs. Midoriya. There's no need for such thing. I was just doing my job. Ryuko assures her, I have a serious matter I need to discuss with you. Inko lifts her head up and simply nods before standing up, wiping the tears from her eyes while doing so, as well as from her forehead. Ryuko walks into the room and comes to the front of Izuku's bed and looks him dead in the eyes for a moment before focusing on Inko. I'm going to cut straight to the point and be honest with you, ma'am. Your son's current situation is not looking good. In the couple of hours since that viral video has aired, social media has been going crazy. Plus, as it stands, that viral video is the only physical evidence as of right now in regards to the whole incident unless we check the city's cameras. Ryuko starts. Now I'm sure you are aware of the incident that happened about 2 months ago in regards to that kid in the prefecture capital of Shizuoka, right? The one that Vlad King got involved in? Somewhat. Inko admits, I remembered the incident itself but not really the people involved. Izuku was in the same boat since he could not remember the details either of incident, though that was because 1,000 thoughts were running through his head right now. Regardless, a lot of people didn't like the way that was handled, Ryuko states, and public opinion is a powerful tool. What does that mean for my Izuku? Inko asks. Nothing good. Especially since I'm required by law to release that personal footage you are currently looking at within 24 hours of it being taken, so this video will more than likely be hitting the internet here in a few hours. Ryuko answers. Once that happened, your son could more than likely be charged with quirk abuse along with quirk assault. Why? He didn't kill anyone. It was his quirk that caused him to go haywire, a quirk he just got and has no control over, Inko cries. My little baby wouldn't even hurt a fly under his own free will. I believe you, Mrs. Midoriya. Ryuko says, I believe your son is a non-violent person. You do? Inko question, caught off guard, but you never met my son until today and that was by fighting him. Actually, I met him yesterday after All Might and myself saved his life from a villain that was attacking him, Ryuko says. You what? Inko shouts at her son as she stands straight up, is this true, Izuku? Izuku looks away from his mother with an expression of nervousness. I didn't want to worry you so I didn't say anything about it. You were dealing with problems at work and whatnot and I didn't want to stress you out even more, Izuku confesses. Inko stares at her son with a distraught look before turning her attention back to Ryuko. How much danger was my baby in? In my personal opinion, he was on the verge of death before All Might and I intervened and he was unconscious for around 10 minutes before he came to. Ryuko answers while thinking to herself, so he is capable of keeping secrets from his own mother. Interesting. Inko sits down back in her chair while looking like she was on the verge of breaking down in tears once again. But, I believe it was that near-death experience that helped your son manifest his quirk, Ryuko says. It did? Izuku says. Some people can only have their quirk manifest when certain conditions are met. Like how some people only realize they have an amphibious-type quirk after falling into a body of water and finding out they can breathe just fine in it or finding out they're fireproof in the midst of being burned alive. Ryuko explains, I believe that you almost dying made you have your quirk manifestation and combine that with all the hormones and such of the average teenage boy going through puberty, it most likely made you emotionally unstable. But how would that start up my quirk despite me having 2 joints in my 2? Izuku asks, addressing the elephant in the room. The connection between the toe joints and having a quirk is merely a theory that a lot of people have come to accept as fact without question, including most doctors. Ryuko explains. Yui Tamaki, my agency's doctor who you met earlier when you woke up, has published a number of articles stating that while the majority of quirk users have one joint in their toe and people who are quirkless have two, it is completely impossible to account for every single person in the world in regards to this. She states that in third world countries where access to a hospital and such are severely limited, there could be a number of people who have two joints yet still have a quirk. Yui Tamaki. Inko repeats in her head, I think I seen her name come up a couple of times on the quirkless forum. Yui has also stated that humanity is still evolving and just 2 generations ago, 20% of the world was quirkless. That number is now at about 1% and dropping. Ryuko continues on. Pretty soon, she thinks there will no longer be a divide between the quirk and the quirkless. Though after that, I also theorize the next divide that will appear in society will be between those with strong quirks and those with not so strong quirks. A voice says from the doorway and everyone turns to see the silver-haired woman from earlier, Yui Tamaki, Ryukyu's agency chief medical advisor, at your service. Is something wrong? Ryuko asks. No, Tatsuhiro just called and wanted me to let you know that the footage is ready for release at the press conference and it has already been sent to Takako, Yui answers. Why didn't he just call and tell me that himself? Ryuko asks. If I had to guess, he is more than likely still mad about how you managed to get one of his computers infected with a virus despite all his protections on it, Yui answers with a smile. Ryuko lets out a sigh. That was a month ago. You know how he loves his toys, Yui laughs. Ryuko shakes her head before turning back to the Midoriya family. Apologizes, we have gotten off topic. Anyway, do you have any questions, Miss Midoriya? Yes. Do you honestly believe that this quirk manifestation argument will stop them from throwing my son behind bars? Inko asks. I believe that there is a good chance it will work. Everything I just told you I will be saying at the press brief here soon. Hopefully once I also pitch that I could give your son the necessary training to get his quirk under control, everyone will calm down and we can put this incident behind us, Ryuko answers. Comma. Comma. Should I check on him? I am pretty sure he is showing signs of being in shock, Yui says to the other 2 women while pointing at the green-haired teen. I'm sorry, I think I must have heard you wrong, Izuku says quietly while his eyes were widened to the size of dinner plates. You want to what? Your quirk is not much different from mine from what I seen. In fact, its type is fairly common on Okinawa and I believe you have only scratched the surface of it, Ryuko says. With the proper training from me and my staff, you could easily get it under enough control in time to attempt the UA entrance examination next year. How do you know that I want to go to UA? Izuku questions, his body struggling to speak. Your notebook that All Might signed yesterday, while you were still recovering from the Sludge Villain's attack, I took the liberty to read it. It was mostly burnt but I was still able to make out the parts where you said you wanted to attend UA and becomes a hero like All Might. Ryuko answers, that is what you still want, right? To be a hero? Yes, Izuku shouts without thinking, but nearly everyone has been telling me my whole life that I couldn't be one because I was quirkless. Well, now you have a chance to be one. Under my training, you will definitely get into UA or any other hero school you want to attend. Ryuko points out before looking at Inko, that is if your mom will let me train you seeing how you're still a minor. Izuku looks over at his mother who was looking down at her hands. It's only after a couple of moments does she sits up and speak, but it's toward Ryuko, not her son. Can you guarantee that this plan of yours will keep my son from being trial as a criminal or, even worse, a villain in the making? She asks, to which Ryuko shrugs. There is a good chance of this turning out mostly in our favor. Also, as much as I don't want to admit it, this is more than likely the best course of action for you to take. Ryuko tells her, in case you haven't noticed, the news is stating that his school has already expelled him, citing that he has had multiple disciplinary problems in the past and they will no longer tolerate him due to him posing a threat to the other students. Yes, I got the phone call earlier from the principal after I came to. Ink seethes, remembering how casually the man dismissed her son and even blame it on her parenting abilities. So even if he doesn't go to jail or juvie, I doubt any other normal school will accept him, Ryuko points out, but 4 members of my agency's staff have a degree in education as well as a teaching license, and we have the means to download the entire school curriculum for Izuku's grade and teach him if that is a worry of yours. That seems suspiciously convenient, Inko points out. It's only due to the HPSC passing that law a few years back requiring all agencies that are participating in the Hero Agency internships have at least one education licensed staff member in order to continue their interns' general education during the week they are gone that they even have it. Ryuko explains, I myself just entered the program 3 years ago. Inko merely nods at this. Can you guarantee his safety if he was to be trained under you? The mother then asks. Ryuko lets out a breath before responding. I understand your worry, Mrs. Midoriya, but your son would be training to become a pro hero, and that is one of the most dangerous jobs in the world to have. Therefore, I won't lie to you, he will get hurt, but I will do my best to limit it to non-life-threatening injuries, Ryuko confesses before gesturing a hand to Yui. Also, Yui is my agency's doctor and she would see to all of Izuku's medical needs when they arise. Inko contemplates everything that she was just told for a while, looking back and forth between her son and Ryuko multiple times before taking a deep breath. Why are you so adamant in wanting to train my son? Inko questions, you just met him yesterday. Ryuko lets out a breath, I myself know what it is like to lose control due to one's quirk. My mother was killed in a rare villain attack in Okinawa when I was only 6 years old. Does the name Blood Tsunami ring a bell? Yeah, he was a A-class villain who terrorizes Kyushu for 5 years until he fled from a task force comprised of many top-ranked pro-hero to the Ryukyu Islands. Izuku answers, but I kind of recall reading that government then said that the pro-heroes were too stretched thin at the moment to go after him right away, so the local authorities would have to deal with him. They were not able to catch him, but the HPSC eventually did send Yoroi Musha, who did. Yeah, after Blood Tsunami ran rampant for 2 weeks, killing my mother and a few other people from my village while they were shopping in Naha. Ryuko states, regardless, once I learned what happened I went, for lack of a better word, berserk. Berserk? Izuku repeats, almost identical to what you did, but on a bigger scale. By the time her dad was able to calm her down, half of the village was destroyed. The only bright side to the whole ordeal was that no one was killed, though some people were severely injured, Yui explained. So yes, I have been in your shoes before. It took years of training and focus after that incident for me to control my quirk to the degree you see now, and I am certain that if you let me train you, then you can reach the same level of control, Ryuko says. Inko turns her attention to her son, who can only look back at her, his emotions running haywire at this point. I know a lot is happening right now, Izuku. But know that whatever decision you make I will support it even if I don't fully agree with it, she tells him. Izuku slowly nods before turning back to Ryuko. See, can I have a moment to think about all this? I get it that being a hero is my dream, but this is still a lot to take in all at once. Ryuko nods. You are free to leave the room, but you are restricted to this floor. The guards won't let you go through the checkpoints until you are officially released by the hospital. Silence was the response she got in return from the boy as he got out of bed, hugged his mom, and put on the shoes that were left to him by the hospital. He then slowly walks toward the door with Yui moving out of his way while doing so. Know that all these restrictions are nothing more than precaution. You are not under arrest, Ryuko calls after him, but Izuku had already turned the corner. As he does so, Ryuko's phone gets a message. Could you hand me that please? She asks Inko, to which the woman does. After checking the message, a small smile forms on the pro-hero's face. It would seem there is one less thing you have to worry about, Mrs. Midoriya. The quizzical expression on the older woman's face said it all. Let me explain. Ryuko starts, my lawyer has been running some errands while we've been talking. Actually, Inko interrupts, I have a question for you before you start. Ryuko lifts an eyebrow at this. Oh, what might that be? You said Izuku was attacked by a sludge villain, correct? Yes, he was, Ryuko answers as she nods. Did this villain have any fire-based quirks? Inko then asks. None that I was aware of when I fought him, Ryuko answers, wondering where this was going. Then how exactly did my son's hero notebook, an item which he greatly treasures, get so burnt that it was a challenge for you to read it? Inko asks. Silence descends upon the room as Ryuko tries to figure out something to say. In the end, she chose the most unlikely choice. She chose the truth. Mrs. Midoriya, there is something that you need to know about what actually happened in the alleyway. Something I feel your son is uncomfortable telling you about himself, Ryuko starts. Izuku did not know what room he entered, for his mind was a scatter mess. If you would have told him this morning that not only was he finally going to gain a quirk but that he was also going to stand up to his bullies, and get offer quirk training by one of the highest ranked pro hero in the country, he would have pointed you in the direction to the nearest hospital because you clearly needed help. Oh, the irony, seeing how he was now currently in a hospital. Do I take the offer? Do I say no? Wait, what am I saying? Of course, I should take the offer. Having someone like Ryukyu train me will definitely get me into UA, Izuku thought. And then you can make Kasumi, Katsuki, and all those other people who look down on you drown in their own blood. Izuku snaps his head and looks around the room, trying to find the source of the voice. But to his surprise he realizes that he was alone in the room. Who was that? Was that me? Izuku asks himself before shaking his head. Nah, couldn't be. Though that voice did sound familiar. You know, this room was reserved for me and me alone. There was even a sign on the door saying so. Izuku wheels around to the source of the voice where a girl around his age was standing at the entrance to the room looking at him with an emotionless expression. Oh no, what did I do now? Izuku thought as he took a good look at her. She was a relatively petite, fair-skinned girl with bright yellow eyes with thin slits that remind Izuku of a cat. With her mouth open he took note that that too was rather feline, with her upper and lower canines being more pointed and longer than the rest of her teeth, making her also give off the appearance of a vampire. Her hair was a pale, dirty ash buddy color and was formed into two messy buns, with a large number of wild strands sticking out from all sides, and where they're fastened, a straight fringe and two chin-length side bangs framed her face. She was dressed in regular blue jean pants while wearing a red t-shirt that was a few sizes too big on her. All in all, she was a pretty girl, and Izuku decides that he would do the thing he normally did whenever a pretty girl his age talked to him. He shut down mentally, emotionally, and almost physically. I, he stammers out as the girl. In one swift, graceful manner, the girl moves away from the doorway and stalks toward him with her cat-like eyes never leaving his. Every hair on Izuku's body stood up and the boy found himself back against the window with his upper body pressing onto the glass as the girl got extreme close to him, her nose only millimeters away from his. His heart was threatening to break free of his chest and he could feel sweat begin to form on his brow, but for the life of him, Izuku found himself unable to move his eyes or blink. They were simply too fixated on the girl's yellow eyes, which were so much different than Ryukyu despite being nearly the same color. Despite the danger he could see in them, he was memorized by her eyes, entranced by them. He felt like he could dive into them and be engulfed by the pools of gold that her eyes remind him of. Voral Razvam sprung into his mind, though he had no idea what those words meant, as he just continues staring into the girl's pupils. Voral Razvam, what does that mean? The girl asks, her head tilted in curiosity. Oh crap, he said that out loud, didn't he? It was also during this brief moment of him having a minor breakdown that a part of him thought that this girl looked familiar somehow. You're that boy on the video that's all over the internet right now. The girl finally spoke after examining Izuku for a moment, the one who trashed those other kids in the alleyway. Izuku went through the motions of nodding his head since his brain was still unable to allow him to form words. Got to thank you for that, since it's finally drawing all the attention away from me. Hopefully they don't treat you as badly as they did me, the girl says with sinister smirk, showcasing her fangs in the process. Although now that I have a good look of you up close, I have to admit that you look a lot like him. Almost exactly like him. Like, eerily like him. Him, Izuku thought as his mind went from a slump mess and into overdrive as he tries his hardest to recall where he has seen this girl before. He was so caught up in this notion that he fails to notice that the girl had opened her mouth and was now inching ever closer to his neck. "That's enough," a firm voice announces at the front of the room, snapping Izuku back to reality as he looks toward the source of it. Standing there in a dark red skin-tight suit with a thin wire snaking out from his neck and into his left arm was a living legend. Not as big as All Might or Ryukyu, but Izuku still recognized him on sight. "Why, you're Vlad King. You're the blood hero. Vlad King," Izuku shouts, though the girl next to him was nowhere near as excited. "TCH. He hears her says, just as I was about to have some fun." "Step away from the kid, Toga," Vlad King orders, ignoring Izuku's fanboying. "I already pick up your blood packs, so let's get going. This place is about to become a media shitshow here soon and I don't want to get caught in the middle of that." "Fine, fine," the girl known as Toga says as takes a step backwards. "Toga," Izuku repeats. "Yep," the girl says before leaning forward a bit toward him, her hands behind her back in a flirting manner. "But you can call me Hamiko, cutie," she says with a wink while flashing her fangs. Izuku instantly felt his heart accelerate in speed and he prayed that this was not all just a dream he was having. Hamiko then backs fully away, turns around and begins walking over to Vlad King, who looked to becoming impatient. Just as she was about to reach him though, she looks over her shoulder. "You have a nice day, cutie," she purrs and continue on her way. Wait. Izuku calls out and for a split second wonder what this strange emotion that was now flowing through him was. Hamiko arches an eyebrow as she looks back at him. "My name is Izuku Midoriya," he says as he bows. "It's a pleasure to meet you." At first, a look of confusion forms on Hamiko's face. But that slowly starts to turn into a smile that reveals all of the girl's fangs once again as she gives him a wave. "It's a pleasure to meet you too, Izuku," she replies. "I hope I get to see you again soon." "Let's go," Vlad King then states as he swiftly moves behind her and gestures her out the room, leaving a blissful Izuku in their wake. "She called me Izuku and a cutie," he laughs. "A girl actually call me," Izuku said before stopping as a feeling of dread descends upon him. Suddenly images of the girl start to flare up in his mind as he remembers a news broadcast he was watching with his mom near the end of the school year 2 months ago in the city of Shizuoka, which was in the same prefecture as Musudafu. There were white bold words on the broadcast such as, "savagely attacked, critically injured, rushed to the emergency room," with a picture of a boy along with a picture of a normal girl. Witnesses say that she was drinking his blood straight out of his body through a straw. Then 2 weeks later, another broadcast. This time it was of the girl being handcuffed by authorities with Vlad King personally leading her to an armored transport that he himself got into alongside her. More bold wording appeared on the broadcast. Multiple sidekicks and police officers severely injured and were in need extensive emergency care in the prefecture capital of Shizuoka. Sidekicks were from the Endeavor Agency as well as the Midnight Agency. Now the broadcast showed a picture of that same girl, but she had the face of a deranged psychopath and she was laughing as she was being led away. The same girl whose parents had disowned her and who Vlad King chose to defend on the account that by her parents forcing her to suppress her quirk it finally caused her to snap. The same girl who now found him interesting and hoped to see him again soon. Oh crap. Izuku stutters out as he leans back on the wall in order to keep standing, the feeling of dread become almost too much for him to handle. Not only because the psycho girl had an interest but because he was beginning to realize that a part of him, almost like a fifth of him, was glad she did. And then that is when he heard that voice again. "I like that girl. We should consider making her a potential mate." Quote. Harsh, rough, and full of anger. Just like one of voices from his dream. And this time, Izuku was positive that the voice came from inside his mind as a silhouette of the red eyes black dragon from earlier appears in front of him. Anger or disappointment? Honestly, Masaru did not know which one to feel at this very moment. On the anger side of his emotional spectrum, he should be tearing into his kids right now, screaming at the top of his lungs about how they have treated Izuku, the boy who he considers to be the closest thing he had to a nephew despite going on quite a number of years since he last talked to him, like utter crap, especially for something that he had no control over. Even more so since they told him what exactly they were doing in the alley. On the disappointment side though was more directed at him as it was his kids, for he felt like he should have raised them far better than that. Some father I am, he told himself as he sat down in a chair in the lobby down the hall from the hospital room his kids were assigned to, trying to get his thoughts together. Once they spilled the beans on everything they did to Izuku, which was a lot including the incident in the alleyway, Masaru simply got up and walked outside the room, telling his wife and kids that he will be back soon enough but not before taking the card that Takako left behind from Mitsuki. I'm probably going to be sleeping on the couch for a while after this. Well, at least I can listen to my Mozart without disturbing Mitsuki tonight, he thought as memories of watching Katsuki, Kasumi, and Izuku playing together when they were younger dance in his head. How happy and carefree they were. How it seemed that nothing could ever tear that trio apart. Hell, at one point he thought Kasumi was going to develop a crush on Izuku further down the road with how much she clung to him whenever they were together. Though he would also admit that if Izuku's preference went in a different direction and toward his son, Masaru would have supported that too. Doesn't seem like that's ever going to happen now, Masaru mutters as he takes out his phone. I need to do better, he tells himself as he looks at the card and dials the number on it. The phone rings twice before it was picked up. This is Takako Higa, secretary and lawyer for Pro Hero Ryukyu, the soaring dragon of Okinawa, speaking. How may I help you? A voice says. That's an odd title, Masaru thought before speaking. Yes, Miss Higa, this is Masaru Bakugo. You talked to my family and I earlier. Oh yes, Mr. Bakugo, Takako replies, to what do I owe this call? My family would like to take you up on the offer of covering our medical bills, Masaru says. Wonderful, Takako says, I will send you our information and then I will talk with the doctors. I hope you and your family have a pleasant evening. There's one more thing, Miss Higa, Masaru says. Oh, and what would that be, Mr. Bakugo? Takako asks. If Masaru did not know any better he could have sworn that Takako was smiling from ear to ear on the other end. Nah, she seems too professional for that, Masaru thought. I would like to let you know that we will not be pressing charges against Izuku for this incident due to personal reasons. Oh, well then I am happy to hear that, Mr. Bakugo. I will inform Ryukyu and the Midoriya family right away, Takako says. Alright then, you have a nice day. One more thing, Mr. Bakugo, if you will, Takako interrupts. Yes, you would not happen to have any information on the whereabouts of the patriarch of the Midoriya household, would you? Takako asks. We have been hoping to reach him in regards to today's incident. Normally, I would be talking to Mrs. Midoriya but she seems to be too preoccupied and overwhelmed by today's events. Hisashi. No, can't say that I do. Been about 2 years since I talked to him over the phone and about 4 since it was face to face when I happened to run into him while I was overseas for work, Masaru muses. Funny though. We were roommates in college and good friends but I feel we have drifted apart over the years. I see, Takako says after a moment. Thank you for your time, Mr. Bakugo. Tell Tomoji I said hello, will you? I will. I hope the rest of your day is a pleasant one, Takako answers before hanging up. As he hangs up the phone, Masaru slumps his shoulder and looks down at the floor. Oh well, no point putting it off any longer, he says before heading back to the hospital room where his wife and kids were waiting for him with Katsuki complaining about his hand while Kasumi was looking through her phone with a curious expression on her face. Mitsuki was just staring out at the window in silence. He closes the door and everyone looks up at him as Masaru takes a deep breath before speaking. I took the deal and we are not pressing charges against Izuku. What? Came the combined response from Katsuki and Kasumi, but Masaru holds up a hand to halt any more retorts, though surprisingly Mitsuki merely nods her head. You two have left me no choice but to. Like Miss Higa said, if we were to press charges and go to court eventually it would be found out that you and your friends assault Izuku first, and while his retaliation might have been a little too much. That's an understatement, Mitsuki grumbles. Ultimately it would have never had happened if you guys would have just left him alone. Masaru kept going. This whole thing is your fault and you will accept responsibility for it. Mom! Kasumi shouts as she looks over at Mitsuki. Don't look at me to bail you out, young lady, the woman says. You two idiots dug your own graves for thinking that you could bully Izuku for years and it would never catch up to you. Now you have to face the consequences of your actions like adults. Wait, Katsuki says, you're going to tell the police what we did. First off, your mother and I are going to see Izuku and Mrs. Midoriya and then we will let her decide what to do after that. For at the end of the day, it will be on her whether or not to press charges on you and your friends. Masaru says before nodding to his wife and two of them turn to leave. Oi, this could all come back on you too, you know. You're our parents. Katsuki shouts out but was ignored as Mitsuki closes the door, leaving the twins by themselves. This is such bullshit. Katsuki shouts, it's not our fault Deku never grew a spine and a set of balls until now. Kasumi ignores him as she starts to flick through her phone once again. Criminal charges will ruin any chances of us getting into UA or any hero school for that matter, her brother shouts. More silence from Kasumi as she lifts an eyebrow while looking at her phone. It's not fair that Deku is going to get away with breaking my hand all because he was a... Now Kasumi was now staring intensely at her phone as her thumb kept flicking upward and her eyes scroll. This is such bullshit, Katsuki then repeats. Hey bitch, you listening to me? Katsuki then turns to look at Kasumi, this is all going to come down on you as we... You saw the dragon, right? The red-eye black one that appeared behind Deku, Kasumi interrupts him. Of course, I saw it. I just don't know why it was there. Couldn't have anything to with Deku's ass. Katsuki answers, what the F*** of it? Well, I have been looking at all the comments, and there are thousands of them, and not a single one mentions it. They don't even mention Deku's glowing red eyes, Kasumi says. I even watched some news reporters analyze the video and they haven't mentioned anything about either of those things. Now that I think about it, Katsuki says, neither the police nor medical staff have said anything either. But in the video, I can clearly see the dragon and Deku's eyes glowing red, Kasumi says as she shows her phone to Katsuki. Do you think we imagine it all? Katsuki wonders. I doubt we both imagine the exact same thing. Twins are known to have a connection and such, but even that would be pushing it, Kasumi points out. Then what was it then? Katsuki asks. I honestly don't know, Kasumi confesses before suddenly glaring at her brother, but what I do know is that if you call me a bitch again, I'm leaping out of this bed and breaking your other hand. Meanwhile Masaru and Mitsuki found themselves making their way down the hall. Not going to lie, dear, Masaru starts, I was fully expecting you to be mad about my decision and be against it. I knew what you were going to do after those two brats confess. If anything, I'm only a little ticked off that you didn't let me be there when you made the call, Mitsuki says. I see, Masaru replies as the two of them pass through a waiting room. To be quite honest, I'm a little surprised and disappointed that you made them spill the beans so easily. In the past, I had to threaten violence to get them to confess to anything and sometimes I had to use it. But you on the other hand did it with just a look, Mitsuki points out. I don't know what came over me but I promise I won't do it again, Masaru assures her. Oh no, you don't, Mitsuki says as she comes to an abrupt stop, grabs Masaru by the shoulders and pushes him into a nearby wall. The frantic fashion designer looks both ways down the halls and was surprised, and a bit terrified, to see that it was completely empty. Mitsuki. He stammers out, the look in his wife's eyes mimicking that of a cat cornering a mouse. That show of paternal authority was hot and I want to see more of it from you from here on out along with that overwhelming manly look you gave the kids, she whispers into his ear. You do? Masaru squeaks out. Yes, and also be aware, Mitsuki tells him as she leans in to whisper in his ears, you and I are going to take advantage of the fact that the kids are staying at the hospital for a couple nights. We are. Oh yes, Mitsuki purrs. She then takes her hands off of her husband and gestures for them to keep going down the hall. While Mitsuki was walking normally, her husband was doing stiff and hunch over a little, though the woman had a good idea why. Why you know that the boy has a point. This could possibly come back on us as their parents, Masaru says, breaking the awkward silence between them. Mitsuki lets out a breath and put her hand on her forehead. I can excuse a lot of things that our children do, she starts, blowing up my favorite vase. Calling me an old hag whenever I tell them to clean up their rooms. Arguing with each other in the morning and waking me up. I can even forgive the arrogant attitudes that they have developed, she says, but I will not forgive what they have done to Izuku on the grounds that him and his mother are practically family and family doesn't do that to one another, and if I have to burn myself in order to teach them a lesson, then I guess I have no choice. I should have done a better job raising them. We both should have done a better job raising them. You're not taking all the blame on yourself, Masaru says, at least we're on the same page in regards to that. Silence passes between them for a moment before Masaru starts talking again. Now that I think about it, it would probably be best if I talked to Inko and Izuku alone. You and Inko go all the way back to when you were little kids, and I don't want to see your friendship become irreparable because of this. I might be able to salvage it if it's just me there. Mitsuki just shakes her head. If I'm not there personally, Inko will take it as I'm not treating this whole thing seriously. They then notice a number of people gathered around the TV in another waiting area they were passing through, the screen displaying the following message. Special press brief with Ryukyu at the top of the hour. You know, Mitsuki starts, that overly woman did say we should watch the news brief to answer any questions we may have. Masaru ignores the insult his wife threw at Takako and merely shrugs, I guess we can spare a little time, as the couple then moves to grab some seats. Outside the hospital, just a short walk from the entrance, Takako found herself quickly tapping out a text message in one hand while pulling out a cigarette with the other. The text was a confirmation message to Ryuko informing her that all the families have unanimously decided to take their offer and not bring up any charges against Izuku, and that Tomi was his way to help with the press brief. After sending it, she pulls her phone back in her pocket and pulls out a lighter in its place. Giving it a few flicks, she finally gets it going and lights up her cigarette and takes a long drag. Slowly exhaling a cloud of smoke, she found herself looking upward toward the sky, watching the clouds float by and the sun about to go down, thinking about the conversation she just had with Masaru in regards to Izuku's father. Pretty soon this thought will be pushed to the back of her mind, as the press brief was about to happen in a little bit, but for now it had her full attention, if only for the moment. Hell, you privileged ungrateful asshole, she says as she puts out the cigarette and moves to head back in. What the F*** made you turn your back on everything and just leave? Hospital room 876. 15 minutes later. One of the mandatory training pro heroes as well as sidekicks had to attend as per instructed by the HPSC was how to comfort civilians when their friends or loved ones did not survive a villain attack, a natural disaster, or an accident. This training was supposed to allow the hero to sympathize with the victims and make them seem regretful that they could not do more to save their loved ones. There were some pro heroes that only did the training when they were ordered to and did not take it to heart. In fact, there was a rumor circulating in a number of circles of the pro heroes community that certain members did not even try to comfort victims after an incident and instead left it for the police and paramedic to handle. It did not help that some of these pro heroes were in the higher ranks. Ryuko, on the other hand, took her training seriously and did her best to comfort anyone she could after an incident, especially children, since she had a soft spot for them and could relate to those that have lost a parent due to a villain attack and whatnot. Now, unbeknownst to everyone, while children were one thing, adults were another. Especially when said adult was a crying mother whose son had been bullied nearly his entire life by the people she thought were his friends. The only silver lining, if one could call it that, was the fact that Inko Midoriya was being more modest in her crying than she was earlier today. But still, the past 20 minutes were a bit awkward for the Dragoon Hero. I'm sorry you had to find out about your son and his bullying problem through me, Mrs. Midoriya, Ryuko starts. I'm sure that he would have told you in due time if all of this didn't happen. Inko says nothing and just silently stares down at a picture she took out of her purse after Ryuko told her the news. From what the pro hero could see, it seems to be Izuku when he was around 3 or 4 years in the midst of a group hug with the Bakugo twins. Ryuko did not have to be a genius to know what significance that picture held to her. If you will excuse me, Mrs. Midoriya, I have to go and get ready for the press conference. I trust you will watch it and hopefully everything will be okay for your family, she then says before turning around to the door and leaving. Meanwhile, just down the hall from this room, Izuku was busy dealing with his own issues. Who are you? He says to the red eyes black scale entity looking at him. First off, boy, let me just cut to the chase and tell you to stop talking with your mouth because you are the only one that can see us. The last thing we need is people thinking you are crazy, the dragon spoke. Us, we, echoes through Izuku's mind. That is better, the dragon says as though he heard Izuku. Are you weaklings going to make your presence known as well, or will I have to explain everything to the whelp? Without warning, 4 more dragons materialized alongside the red eyes black dragon. There was a blue eyes white dragon, a white eyes blue dragon, a black eyes red dragon, and finally, a completely gray one, that was curled up on the ground and sleeping. Well, that was unexpected. Anyway, it only took a split second for Izuku to realize that they were the same dragons he saw in his mind when he passed out in the alley. You're talking real confident for someone in ass-kicking range, Mr. Grumpy Pants, the black eyes red dragon says, snapping Izuku out of his thoughts. Anytime, any place, was the black dragon's response. Now listen here, boy. Must you call him that despite knowing his name? The blue eyes white dragon interrupts, causing the black dragon to glare at it with its glowing red eyes. And what exactly else am I supposed to call him then? His name would be a good start, don't ya think? The black eyes red dragon says with a chuckle, causing the red eyes black dragon to now directs its glare in that direction. You will be silent, or else what? You're going to pick me to help you make the kid go crazy again, came the response from the black eyes red dragon. Can the both of you cease your bickering even for a moment? We have a duty to uphold and yet you two are wasting precious time, the white eyes blue dragon then says, only to be ignored by the other two, which prompt it to now get involved in said bickering. We need to account for his feelings on the matter and us arguing will not help things along. The blue eyes white dragon joins in and soon enough Izuku found himself watching 4 horse-sized dragons argue with one another. But it was during this argument that Izuku notices something odd about them. Well, odder, the fact that despite how large the dragons were they did not seem to be hitting anything around them in the midst of their argument, even though they were not trying to avoid doing so. Tails large and powerful enough to possibly knock down trees with ease harmlessly pass through hospital beds without moving them one bit. Wings that could more than likely generate enough wind to create a mini hurricane went completely into the ceiling, but no damage was done to it. Surprisingly, they phase right into it with half the wing now gone. Wait a minute, am I imagining all of this? Izuku asks himself, is this part of my quirk? But it was during this particular moment that Izuku took note of one more thing. The gray dragon's eyes were now open. But they were not open in a dynamic or ominous way, but in a manner that reminds Izuku of the many times he woke his parents up whenever they were sleeping in the middle of the night to ask them a question about All Might back when he was younger. Annoyed and frustrated, only this creature was not trying to hide it like his parents did. Then the gray dragon slowly got up, turned for a moment to look at the other bickering dragons and merely shook his head before refocusing his attention on Izuku. Oh crap, was all Izuku could think as the dragon slowly made his way toward him, and once more Izuku found himself back up against the window as the beast stared down into his eyes. I am going to make this quick and simple for you so I can go back to doing what I love doing best, nothing, the creature then says in an emotionless voice that Izuku instantly recognizes. He was one of those voices I heard while I was knocked out, he thinks. Yes, I was, the creature states. We are now moving on. The dragon then takes a deep breath. My name is Doggle, and that is the closest I can get to a name that your still human mind can comprehend. Myself, along with the 4 bickering children behind me, are each a physical manifestation of the 5 aspects of your morality: good, evil, neutral, lawful, and chaotic. I represent your neutral side and I have no strong feeling either way those anyone or anything, the beast says before turning to look at the other dragons, prompting Izuku to do the same. The blue eyes white scales one who looks like she would feel gravely remorseful just for almost stepping on an ant is Nefer. She represents your good side. The red eyes black scales one who looks like he would call killing 100,000 people in a day a slow Tuesday is Buri. He is obviously your evil side given shape and you had quite the experience with him earlier today. I what? Izuku asks but was ignored. The white eyes blue scales one who looks like he would turn himself into the police if he was still in the crosswalk after the signal change from go to stop is Lycidum. He is your lawful side given physical form. And finally, the black eyes red scales one who would definitely ignore any danger. Do not enter. Signs on the grounds that no one can tell her what to do is Hunluan and she is the embodiment of your chaotic side. The dragon kept going. ... Silence is the only response Izuku could give to the creature known as Doggle. I see that this is going to take some time for you getting used to, Doggle says after a moment. Therefore my compatriots and I will return in 3 days' time after you have been given a chance to process everything. Farewell, Izuku. Also, one more thing. It's probably best you do not tell anyone about us for now. You do not want people thinking you are crazy and unstable at the moment, not with all the attention you're getting. And with that Doggle vanished from existence, leaving behind a confused Izuku and the remaining 4 dragons who now seem to realize what their companion just did. He did not just do that, Buri said as he fades away. I believe he just did, Nefer replies as she soon follows. Once again, he is doing his own thing without following proper protocol. There goes my 6-hour highly detailed PowerPoint presentation, Lycidum says as he disappears. Yeah, throwing a wrench in the plan is supposed to be my thing. What the F***? I was ready to use crayon drawings, pop-up books, and even interpreted dance to explain everything, Hunluan says right before she left as well. ... What a day this is turning out to be, Izuku mutters to himself as he starts to head back toward his hospital room so he can catch the press brief with his mom. When he finally arrives, he finds her crying over what seems like a picture in her hand. Mom, he says and Inko looks up to stare at him, wiping the tears from her eyes while doing so. Ryukyu told me about what actually happened in the alley, with the twins and their friends, she simply states. Oh crap baskets, Izuku thinks right before his mother motioned him to his bed, no doubt so he will be comfortable as he explains everything to her. The conference room used by the Musudafu Hospital for press briefs was filled to the brim with reporters from every news station in the city and throughout the region, both minor and major along even a few national news channels there as well. News cameras were set up all around the perimeter of the interior and some of the lesser-known reporters had no choice but to post up outside due to the limited space. Villain attacks were a daily occurrence in today's society especially in Musudafu recently, but the fact that this incident, to a degree, involved not 1, not 2, but 3 of the top 10 pro heroes in Japan was such a rare opportunity that any news media platform would be a fool to miss out on it. Meanwhile in the back room where the speakers were getting ready, Ryuko was off to the side in a corner, trying to avoid being seen which was easy given her stature. Every word you say will be analyzed, every opinion you have will be dissected. Just be clear and straight to the point, she was telling herself in her head before looking around the room. Where is Takako and Tomi? Wow, Takako was right. You would be hiding in a corner. A masculine voice breaks her out of her thoughts and she turns her head to see a man roughly around her size with spiky brass-colored hair and eyes that have a melted molten shine to them standing a couple of feet away from her. He was wearing a red Hawaiian shirt along with cargo shorts with a white hat on top of his head and had a grin on his face that was radiating. Ryuko lets out a breath. Thank the ancestors you're here, Tomi. What, you think I would miss all this? Tomi replies as he gestures to their surroundings. Takako would eat me alive if I did that. Yeah, if you were Tomoji, Ryuko finds herself muttering. What was that? Tomi asks. Nothing. Ryuko says, you have the footage. On me right now. Tomi replies as he holds up a thumb drive before his expression became serious. So, is this kid the one we've been? His name is Izuku Midoriya and he has had a very long day. So at least give him the respect of knowing his name, Ryuko interrupts. Right, sorry about that. Midoriya, got it, Tomi corrects himself. Anyway, you felt the pulses like everyone else, you watch the footage, and yet you're still questioning it, Ryuko asks. Hey, It's one thing to feel the pulses from several miles away and to watch some film, but it's another to talk to someone who was at ground zero, Tomi states. Then I can assure you that he is definitely the one, Ryuko says. Tomi merely nods at this before an expression of anxiety washes over his face. So, what are we going to do when he finds out about this? He asks. We'll deal with him. Simple as that, Ryuko reassures him before glancing at the clock. Anyway, time to get this over with. I'll go butter them up first, Tomi says as he handed over the thumb drive to Ryuko. You have a copy of it in your phone if you want to review it first. Got it, Ryuko says, and Tomi then turns to walk away to the conference room, putting a pair of shades on while doing so. Outside the conference room, this is Yushima Mura, with Musudafu Hero Japan News, reporting live from Musudafu General Hospital, where we are just moments away from the press brief with the Dragoon Hero. Ryukyu as she will give us more information on the boy who is sweeping the nation's social media even as I speak, Izuku Midoriya. To anyone who was watching the broadcast, clip footage of Izuku destroying Katsuki, Kasumi, and their gang are shown, as well as Ryuko showing up and taking him away. Mere hours ago, this quirkless young man assaulted 7 outstanding children with powerful quirks, all who have dreams of becoming pro-heroes. Because of their outstanding obedience to the law, none of them used their quirks to defend themselves, the reporter kept going on. The reporter stops for a moment to catch her breath before pushing on. Across all social media platforms and forums across the web, many are calling for this boy to be arrested and trial as a criminal, while others are saying that the government needs to increase the restrictions on the quirkless in order for something like this to never happen again. Some are even going as far as saying that all quirkless in Japan need to be moved off the mainland and onto some of the smaller islands. You reports on, but even these comments have been considered too extreme by many and ignored. A commotion behind her draws her attention to the podium at the front of the room, and Yu directs the camera to point to that direction, where it catches Tomi walking up to said podium. And it seems that we are about to start, Yu says. Hey, how's everyone doing? Tomi starts off. I am Tomi Taira, Public Relations, Social Media Manager, and Spokesman for Ryukyu, and I will be answering any questions for the time being. Ryukyu herself will be along shortly. A flurry of hands goes up across the room. Tomi briefly looks across the room, deciding quickly who to pick for the first question. He could not focus too much on one side of the room because it would be showing favoritism, because the right side of any room used for any press brief had the right-wing news platforms and the left side had the left-wing news platforms. Then you had moderate and non-affiliated news channel, freelancer journalists, and such straight down the middle with space in between them to allow movement as well as form imaginary barriers between the groups. Simple and effective, Japanese culture at its finest. Or worst, Tomi was still on the fence about that. Anyway, the reason he could not show favoritism to any particular side of the room was because, as Ryuko's spokesperson, it would look like she was showing favoritism to a particular political platform, something she absolutely refused to do. Pro-heroes were celebrities and thus were no different than movie stars and sports icons in regards to politics. What political party you associate with could make your career as easily as it could break it. While the thousands of Japanese pro-heroes for the most part belong to any of the major political factions on the island nation, the main focus of the populace was on the upper-tier ranks, presumably the top 10. Top 10 pro-heroes like Endeavor, Edgeshot, and Yoroi were firmly in the right wing of the political spectrum, though the latter took some heat during the bloody tsunami incident due to reasons only known to a few. One of the things they believe in was that the law needed to be changed and that pro-heroes should be authorized to use lethal force on villains no matter what the circumstances, not just when there was no other choice. They also believed that the death penalty should be handed out more often. The main reasoning behind both of these ideologies was that so taxpayers' dollars would not be wasted keeping villains in prison for years on end and holding trials when they were clearly guilty. It did not help that among the top 10, these three had the biggest body counts when it came to facing villains. Statistics show that a villain only had around a 31% chance of surviving an encounter with Endeavor, the lowest of any pro-hero, and even lower if they were in a sparsely populated area where he did not have to worry about civilian casualties in usage of his quirk. In contrast, an encounter with All Might gave a villain a whooping 94% chance of survival. The left wing of the top 10 was comprised of Best Jeanist, Crush, and Gang Orca. One of the things they believe in besides the lethal force law staying the same was that more pro-heroes should use the non-lethal method of trying to talk villains down from their actions before resorting to violence to stop them if such a means is available. They also believed that more money should be allotted toward criminal remedial programs to help villains become functioning members of society and that people should not be judged by the nature of their quirks. When Vlad King stepped in to help Himiko Toga after her incident, these three immediately supported him and it helped sway public opinion just enough for the girl not to get thrown in jail and instead into the hero teacher's care. Villains that faced them were more likely to survive their encounters and just get arrested with an extended stay in a hospital bed being the worst thing that would happen to them. But this did not mean they were softer than their right-wing counterparts, as they have been known to use lethal force if arresting someone was simply too much of a risk and all other options have been exhausted. As for the community service duties they perform though, the three took part in a number of remedial programs across the country to help get more reasonable villains back on track providing that they did not commit a serious offense. Then you have the likes of All Might, Hawks and Mirko, who mostly kept their political ideals to themselves and did not publicly support the left or right parties. The symbol of peace did so for obvious reasons, citing he had to stay neutral as the #1 hero and be an icon of justice for all regardless of their political affiliations. Hawks on the other hand was the only one of the top 10 to be in the moderate faction, citing that both the left and the right had some points but he does not fully agree with either side. The rabbit hero just wanted people to stay hell out of her business and she told news reporters as such whenever she was questioned about it. Unfortunately, there has been more than a few times that she had threatened physical violence against them that would not take no for an answer, and that one time she actually followed through with her threat when one reporter would not back off. According to legend, that man's shit still come out shaped like a rabbit's foot. Ryukyu on the other hand, simply did not care enough to get involved in politics, let alone pay attention to it, citing some isolated moments. Unfortunately, because she publicly considers herself Ryukyuan and not Japanese, civilians and pro-heroes from across the entire political spectrum took this as she thinking that Japanese politics were beneath her and all three usually band together against her. But that was nothing new in the life of the soaring dragon of Okinawa. Maybe I should stir the pot up a little bit and go with the middle ground first, Tomi thought before pointing toward a man in the center row near the entrance who was using what seemed to be stretching arm quirk in order to stand out. Yes, you there with the arm touching the ceiling. Ryu Takakashi, Outer Tokyo Star, the man answers. That's the second biggest moderate media station in the Kanto region and one of the fastest growing in the country, Tomi thought before the reporter started speaking. A number of people, and even some pro-heroes, are criticizing Ryukyu for leaving the alley while there were wounded civilians in the area. The reporter starts, how is she responding to this? Ryukyu left the alley with Izuku Midoriya in order to get him away from the scene before he could do any more harm. The video clearly shows that two of the boys who were previously injured by him were within reachable distance to Midoriya when Ryukyu arrived, so she made the call to get him away from there and towards an unpopulated area. Tomi responses. She was able to make this call because she was told via radio communication that her own highly licensed medical advisor was arriving on scene to provide first aid to the wounded. Next question. Hands go up once more. Let's go with the left wing this time. Save the right wing for last, Tomi tells himself before pointing to a reporter near the front on the right side of the room, a woman with orange skin and what look like bone spikes coming out of her chin. Akira Yomigi, Japan Central News, the reporter introduces herself. Not the top dogs of the left wing, but they do have a pretty large viewership among Japanese people overseas, Tomi thought. He could be watching right now through them. Could Ryukyu have simply gone into full dragon form and intimidated the boy into submission? Was taking him away from the area really necessary when lives were at stake? The reporter asks. In the past, Ryukyu's dragon form has made entire group of villains surrender without a fight. I also like to point out that the public has noticed that Ryukyu has not used her dragon form in quite some time. Ryukyu's dragon form covers a wide surface area and is not ideal for closed spaces such as the alley, especially when injured civilians are about. Please remember that she towers over even Godzilla, one of the largest Japanese pro-heroes. In this form, Tomi replies. So are you saying that Ryukyu does not have complete control of her dragon quirk despite her hero persona being mostly based around it? Is that why she has not been using it lately? Akira then asks. Firing off shots already, I see. Was expecting the right-wing reporters to do that, but I guess the left wing wants to beat them to the punch. Tomi thought. Ryukyu has complete and utter control over her quirk, but she will not risk civilians' lives by taking on her dragon form in such a restricted area just to end a fight quicker. In addition, Ryukyu's reasons for not using her dragon form lately simply boils down to the fact that she has not encountered a problem that warrants her to do so. It would be the equivalent to All Might, Endeavor, or even Mirko going all out on every villain they come across, including low-ranking ones. Next question. Hands goes up, but Tomi immediately looks to the right side of the room. Okay, let's see how this goes, Tomi thought before pointing to a middle-aged man in the second row. You there? Yuhiro Nakamura, Rising Sun News, the reporter introduces. Oof. Number 3 of the right wing in the entire country, though they are on a slow decline. I remember one of their anchors took a lot of heat for referring to Okinawa as a colony on live TV 2 years ago, Tomi thought. Wouldn't have been easier to put Izuku Midoriya down right then and there. Ryukyu had her hand on his neck and could have easily snapped it. There was clear evidence that the boy was dangerous, Yuhiro states. This is the type of guy who hates seeing teenagers in public places, Tomi though before answering. Izuku Midoriya is 14 years old and Ryukyu will not have a minor's death on her hands when the non-lethal option was still open. Even though he assaulted 7 teenagers prior to her arrival, Yuhiro responds. Yes, the main word being assaulted, not killed. The children, while in need of medical attention, were all still breathing, and I have been told that they will all make a full recovery, which I would like to point out is all being covered by Ryukyu, including therapy if it is warranted, Tomi says, moving on. Will you answer my questions? A voice from the back rings out from the back and all eyes turn to see who it was. Ah shit, was the only thought that crossed Tomi's mind upon seeing exactly who it was. What is she doing here? Standing at the front of the room entrance was a woman with long, pale lilac hair, worn parted to her right side, full lips and pale blue skin. Her eyes were unusual compared to the people around her, as her sclerae was completely black whereas her irises were green, and her pupils were completely black as well, and they were framed by notably long eyelashes, wrinkles, and small eyebrows. She wore gold earrings, a navy blue, shoulder-less dress with long sleeves and an X-shaped belt with a circular buckle around her waist. She also had on an unbuttoned, salmon-colored jacket with black fur around the collar and hem. Not exactly dressed for reporting, are you Chito's Kazuki? It looks like you're coming back from a date or about to go out on one, if anything, Tomi thought as the woman walks forward. And she did just go to the left or right lane specifically created so people could move about. No, average people would do that. Like a scene from that old 1950s movie Tomi saw when he was younger, The 10 Commandants, where Moses parted the Red Sea. She went straight down the center of the middle aisle and the moderate news channels and freelance journalists trample over each other to move out of her way, chairs, equipment, and all. And why would they not? When the executive director of Shueisha Publishing told anyone in the news business to jump, they said how high. Her company had a majority stock in all the major media companies in Japan, and she was considered by many to be the top interviewer in the Eastern Hemisphere, her only rival worldwide being in the United States. If you somehow impress her with your journalist skills and you worked for a small media outlet, she would offer you a job. If you did not take her offer though, she would simply buy out your company, fired everyone including you, and then make it that you could not find a job anywhere else and have no choice but to take said offer at reduced pay. Even if you work for a large company, you were not safe because she would simply employ more complex means. There were even rumors that she had deep ties to the government and had more than a couple of people in the Diet on her payroll. Of course, this was just a rumor. A widely believed rumor. Back to the matter at hand though, Chito struts directly to the podium and stops just a few feet from it, pulling out a pen and notepad out of her jacket pocket in the process. Now, first off, she starts as she looked like she was about to write something. I don't remember calling on you to ask a question, Tomi interrupts. Chitose stops in mid-motion and coldly looks up at Tomi, a shush falling over the room. Tomi could not help but notice that all of a sudden, every camera was quickly turned off and no one even had their phones out, possibly because no one wanted to look like they were recording such an event in fear of retaliation from her. "I beg your pardon," Chitose asks. "You raise your hand, you get called upon, you state your name and company, and then you get to ask your question. That's how it goes at a press brief. I realize that your main occupation falls under interviewer, but here on the reporter side of the house there is proper protocol and you were expected to follow it," Tomi explains. "I may look like a goofball, but I take this part of my job serious." Chitose continues to stare straight at Tomi, and for a moment the two have a stare off. After a moment though, Chitose merely smiles. "Okay then," she says before raising her hand. And even after 30 seconds had gone by, she was the only hand that was up. Not even the reporters in the front row, the most senior and respected ones there, dare raise their hands. Going to be a long day, Tomi told himself. Yes, you in the front. Chitose Kazuki, Shueisha Publishing, she says. So Izuku Midoriya, 14 years old, born July 15 right here in this very hospital, is 166 centimeters tall, and has O blood type. He attended Aldera Junior High before his expulsion, where he maintained an above-average grade across all subjects. He has numerous behavior complaints in his record, and a number of teachers have stated that he is a troublemaker. He also attended Musudafu Elementary School, has never done any physical activities such as pee-wee baseball growing up, and was never considered a social kid by his teachers and peers. Only child of Inko Midoriya and Hisashi Midoriya. His mother worked in the finances department of Hatsume Industries while his father works overseas in a variety of different occupations. His mother quirk allows her to pull small objects to her with her mind, while his father has a fire-breathing quirk. Remarkably though, Izuku himself has been diagnosed as quirkless. Tomi did his best to keep an emotionless face while Chitose was talking, careful not to show that it was very uncomfortable that the interviewer was able to bring up this much information on the boy so quickly. "So, I guess my first question would be, how was someone like Izuku Midoriya, a quirkless teenager, was able to do this?" "You're implying that quirkless is the same as helpless. Anyone with proper motivation, determination and possibly the element of surprise could have done the same thing Midoriya did today, with or without a quirk," Tomi answers. At the end of the day, the alleged victims in this attack were adolescents, not pro-heroes or pro-heroes in training. The fact remains though that the victims had powerful quirks while Izuku Midoriya did not have any quirk at all. If the law for quirk usage was not in place, they could have easily stopped the boy's rampage before it even started, Chitose points out. Seem a bit overkill that 7 quirk teenagers would have to use their quirks to take down an allegedly quirkless teenager. They could have possibly maimed or killed him, Tomi counters. "You said the word, allegedly quirkless, just now to describe Izuku Midoriya," Chitose points out. "Is there something you know that everyone else should?" "Ryukyu will be answering any questions in regards to that," Tomi states, "but I would like to point out that Izuku Midoriya, with no prior physical or hand-to-hand combat training whatsoever, was able to inflict serious injuries on 7 teenagers, including 6 boys his age, quite easily. The video not only shows him swatting them away like flies, but on multiple occasions even picking them up with a single hand with no sign of strain. What I am trying to say is that the evidence speaks for itself, it's just that no one wants to address it," Tomi says after a period of silence. Izuku Midoriya was diagnosed as quirkless at the age of 4, Chitose points out. "Are you implying that he had an initial quirk manifestation a decade after the average person usually has one?" "It's not an implication if he actually did," a voice from the right side of the podium says, and everyone looks to see Ryuko standing there alongside Takako. Cameras flash and a torrent of voices start shouting around the room as the pro-hero made her way to the podium, giving a nod to Tomi, who returns the gesture and takes it as his cue to leave, and soon he finds himself standing next to Takako in the corner of the room. "Has it been a shitshow so far?" she whispers to him. "You have no idea," Tomi answers. "Still don't know why Chitose Kazuki of all people is here, especially since her company is based in Tokyo." Quote. Takako only shrugs. Perhaps she is following a story. She is the executive director of a company that is in the same conglomerate as Detonate. She doesn't have to follow anything. She has other people to do that. Tomi points out, even if she is following a story though, she's an interviewer not a reporter. You don't seem to be intimidated by her unlike everyone else here, Takako says. She can't touch me, at least not in the usual sense. Tomi replies, her power over the reporters come from them being afraid that she would buy out whatever news company they are working for, fired them, and then blacklist if they ever tick her off. But seeing how you work for a pro-hero agency, Takako starts. I'm a problem that she can't throw money at to get rid of. Still though, it would be for the best if we didn't draw too much of her attention our way. She still has massive sway over the information that gets distributed to the masses and she could easily weaponize it. You're right about that, Takako says as she returns his attention back to Ryuko who was now finishing setting up the projector. Ladies and gentlemen, Ryuko began, I have video footage of my encounter with Izuku Midoriya after I took him away from the alley. When I finally set him down somewhere where I could try and talk him into surrendering peaceful, he had a quirk manifestation. What? Both Mitsuki and Masaru said from the waiting area they were in. What the F***? Their children shouted from their room. More mutters from among the reporters as hands went up once again, but they all went back down once Chito's raised hers. Yes, you, Ryuko merely says. What you are saying goes against decades of medical science. For someone to manifest their quirk when they are 14, it is pretty much unheard of, Chito's points out. You know the old saying, a picture is worth 1,000 words. Well, I like to think that video is worth 1,000 books, Ryuko responds as she clicks the remote and the projector starts playing, showcasing Ryuko fight with Izuku from the time when got back up off the ground and started transforming. In the passenger seat of the car of Sekijiro-kan, Himiko Toga was watching the video play on her phone with a sadistic and sinister smile forming on her lips. Ooh, she thought with wide-eyed glee, a cutie and a monster. Now I want him even more. His claws and fangs look like they can tear through flesh and bone so easily. His blood must be running hot whenever he is like that. It must be so tasty. In the garage of a mechanic shop located in the middle of a massive junkyard on the outskirts of Kyoto, a pink-haired girl was busy at her workbench, only taking a moment to look up at the TV and watch Izuku charge at Ryukyu, his teeth and claws at the ready. I bet that armor of his can take a beating. It would be perfect for testing my babies on. Though his flying could use some work, but that breath attack though, she says before returning her full attention to her latest invention. Meanwhile in the Chiba prefecture capital city of Chiba, an orange-haired girl was hard at work practicing her martial arts at the largest dojo in the city. During a break, a TV at the corner of the training room catches her attention and she watches as Izuku unleashes a barrage of claws swipes at the Dragoon Hero. He has great reflexes and his attacks are hard to predict. Good thing Ryukyu is well versed in hand-to-hand combat as well, she tells herself before returning to her reps. At the airport on a certain island in the Pacific Ocean, a blonde-haired girl was watching the press brief on her phone seeing how it was the #1 trending video in Japan. Powerful attacks, natural armor that look like it would be hard to penetrate, wings that look like they can produce enough lift for him to actually fly if he puts effort into training with them, the ability to fire a powerful projectile through his mouth, along with great speed and agility. That's a powerful quirk if I ever saw one, she says before the airport announces that her flight would be ready to board soon. In a large mansion on the outskirts of Tokyo, a long black-haired heiress of a vast family fortune was watching the press brief far from her hometown of Nagoya in Aichi Prefecture at her family's summer home for the region on her 200-inch television with peak interest. But unlike the rest of Japan whose focus was on the boy, a majority of her attention was squarely on the heroine, Ryukyu. The girl says nothing and to the untrained eye it looks like she was as still as a statue. But her hands, placed over one another while sitting in her lap, were slightly trembling as she continues to watch the footage of Ryukyu squaring off against Izuku Midoriya. In the waiting area where Masaru and Mitsuki were watching the press brief, with the husband placing his hand over his wife who was using her other hand to cover her mouth as the video played on. The ferocity and speed of Izuku's attacks on Ryukyu left both of them speechless and the same thought ran through their heads. Masaru. Mitsuki finally finds her voice to speak. Yes. Her husband answers. Our kids got off easy. Oh, they did, Masaru says, them and their friends. Meanwhile in the hospital room where said kids were staying, both Katsuki and Kasumi's eyes were as wide as dinner plates as they watch Izuku let out a thundering roar. Holy shit, Katsuki voices, Deku finally got a quirk. Yeah, one that would have torn us to shreds. We could have taken him, Katsuki says with confidence, making Kasumi snap her neck at him. Are you high? Do you not see him giving Ryukyu a hard time right now? She asks. She is obviously holding back. If she wanted to end the fight quickly she would have just transformed into her dragon form, Katsuki point out. I'm sorry, since when are you on the same level as the number 9 pro hero in Japan? Holding back, Kasumi screeches. I'm just saying that if Deku would have gotten his quirk in the alley when all 7 of us were still up, then we would have all used our quirks and, Katsuki starts. Would have more than likely got annihilated. Kasumi finishes. Deku is moving way faster than what we have been getting trained to follow, and his claws and teeth look like they would have torn us to shreds. That or he would have frozen our asses along with the entire alley with his breath. But somehow you honestly think the others would have fared any better if they were using their quirks. Or maybe you think that using your explosives in such a small area would have been good for them. Katsuki looks at his sister for a moment in silence before finally turning his head away from her. Face it, Katsuki. We all got our asses handed to us by Deku of all people, and Mom was right. We had it coming, Kasumi says before going back to watching the press brief, leaving a grumbling Katsuki in her wake. Ryuko clicks the stop button on the remote just as the film finished, showing an unconscious Izuku turning back to normal and All Might and Hawks showing up at the scene. She then turns to face the reporters, and many of them, including Chito's, had looks of shock and disbelief on their faces. Yesterday, I assisted All Might in tracking down a C-ranked villain known as the Slime Villain through the streets of Musudafu. When we finally found him, he was in midst of suffocating young Izuku Midoriya, and the boy would have died if we did not intervene. Midoriya was saved and All Might took the Sludge Villain into police custody while I looked after the boy and made sure he did not require medical attention. By the way, that's Criminal Report Musudafu Police Report 5463-TC if anyone wants to read it. Ryuko spoke. Anyway, I believe that this incident had a connection with Izuku Midoriya's quirk manifestation, as the near-death experience more than likely triggered something within him, which is a rare but still possible factor among quirk manifestations. I believe that his manifestation also started long before our confrontation and may have started as early as this morning, even before the alley incident. Are there any questions so far? A hand goes up in the back of the center aisle. Yes, you, Ryuko says. Akira Sato, Musudafu Star News, the reporter says, with you releasing this new information, won't Izuku Midoriya's charges be raised then? For it seemed like what happened in the alley was a prelude to this quirk manifestation and can now be used against him with the charge of quirk misuse and quirk assault. People have been known to become emotional unstable during quirk manifestation. Take the number 2 pro hero Endeavor for example, who has publicly stated that he burned down part of his childhood house at the age of 4 when he lost his temper, Ryuko points out. That may be true, but Endeavor didn't hurt anyone when that happened and only caused property damage. Also, he was 4 years old and you can't hold him responsible for that, Chito spoke up, finally recovering from her shock. Ryuko turns her gaze downward to the reporter and sizes her up for a moment before speaking. I also believe that the fact that Midoriya is in the midst of puberty may have had an effect on his emotions instability as well when his quirk manifested. But that won't hold up in court, seeing Izuku would be deemed legally old enough to know right from wrong, Chito's points out. That would be a problem if in fact Izuku Midoriya was going to court, Ryuko counters. A blanket of silence engulfs the room as the reporters share looks with one another, making sure with one another that they heard the heroine correctly. Here it comes, Takako told herself. What is that supposed to mean? Chito's finally asks. It means that in the hours prior to this press brief my lawyer has reached a deal with the families of the children that Izuku attacked, and they have all agreed to not press charges in exchange for my agency covering any and all medical expenses, including possible therapy, Ryuko answers. A chorus of voices and raised hands fill the room, but Ryuko kept her attention solely on Chito's. There is no possible way this is legal, the reporter states. People will feel that Midoriya still need to be prosecuted. There is plenty of evidence that can be used against him. Usually yes, the police usually could just use the viral video and the witnesses' testimonies to go forth with a case, but they can't, Ryuko spoke. And why is that? Chito's asks. Because since the key witnesses, aka the victims, have all decided not to press charges and have chosen to settle out of court, they can't be called upon to testify since no one was killed in this attack as per federal law. Also, the person who recorded the video has yet to come forward to declare themselves a witness, and the police have discovered that they posted the video under a fake name to begin with. Therefore, the case would need a secondary source of physical evidence, Ryuko explains while trying her best to ignore the fact that there was no doubt a smirk forming on Takako's face who found said loophole. Wouldn't the street cameras sufficient? Chito's asks. They would if the Musutafu chief of police did not just inform me that the one camera that was covering the alley was overdue for maintenance and was thus out of order at the time. Using the other cameras in the area would not put together enough evidence to support a case, Ryuko states. Before you ask, the viral video only shows Izuku attacking the other kids but not what transpired beforehand. He could have well been defending himself from those kids or even retaliating against an assault. This statement causes Mitsuki and Masaru to share a knowing look with one another in the lobby, silently thankful that it was not revealed that that was indeed the case in the alley, but for a certain executive director who did not know any better, this was not enough to keep her quiet. You realize that by letting someone who has a powerful quirk and is emotional unstable back out into society, you risk him losing control again, and this time a pro hero might not be able to stop him before he attacks someone, Chito's points out. And the other shoe is about to drop, Tomi mutters. Which is why I have taken it upon myself to extend the offer to personally train Izuku Midoriya to help him gain control over his quirk. He wants to enter UA High, and I believe I can help him achieve that if he accepts my offer for quirk training, Ryuko says. What? Both Masaru and Mitsuki says. The Kasumi and Katsuki shout at the same time. F***, screams Principal Joshi of Aldera Junior High from his couch at his home. What qualifications do you have to train someone who is not even in a pro hero school? I'm the number 9 ranked pro hero in Japan. I am more qualified than most teachers at hero training schools. What has the boy's parents said about this? His mother seems to be behind the idea, though I have not gotten an official answer yet, and his father has yet to be reached. Will the HPSC even allow you to train an underage minor? There is no regulation that says I can't provide quirk training to a minor. Are you retiring from being a pro hero to pursue this? Negative. I have every intention of remaining an active pro hero. The boy has already been expelled from his boy, and it's doubtful any other school will take him. How do you plan to continue his education? 4 members of my staff are certified educators in the country of Japan. These questions and more were thrown at Ryuko as she calmly stood there, answering every question that was shot at her. Crap, this may become more out of control than I previously thought it would, Ryuko thought in the back of her mind, and just when it seems like she was going to be overwhelmed. Ha, 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 I am. Everyone hears and turns to the right side of the podium to the door which Takako and Tomi were standing by. Entering the room uninvited. Please pardon the intrusion, All Might shouts as he comes bursting through the door. Instantly, all the attention along with every camera was focused on him, for no one was expecting the symbol of peace to be at the press brief. Expect maybe Ryuko herself, who had let out a sigh of relief. It was so subtle and unnoticeable that no one else picked it up except for Takako and Tomi. All Might let out another chuckle and proudly marches up to the podium, everyone watching his every move as Ryuko stepped aside to let him speak. Good evening, people of Japan. I, All Might, have come to throw my full support behind Ryukyu in the quirk training of young Izuku Midoriya and his admission into UA High if he passes the entrance examination, he declares. Please note that I said quirk training and not hero training, for Ryukyu is not a licensed educator in that field. A bomb could have gone off right then and there, and no one in the room would have reacted to it. Oi! A voice says from the door again, and everyone once again turned their attention there. only to see the number 3 hero, Hawks, standing there now. I too think it would be a good idea for Ryukyu to train this kid, seeing how they have similar quirks and all. He says, it would be a pain if someone with a quirk like his went down the wrong path. This time there was no sign of relief from Ryuko. Instead, Takako and Tomi were greeted with a wide-eyed expression of shock and disbelief from the heroine. Ha, ha, All Might laughs. It is good to see camaraderie among fellow heroes. It warms my heart. Seeing that everyone was still waiting on him to explain his reason for giving Ryukyu his support, All Might clears his throat and begins speaking. Good people of Japan, I ask that you see where I am coming from. Young Midoriya has just awakened a potentially powerful quirk, and I believe that he needs guidance right now so that he does not go down the wrong path, as Hawks so put it. Someone like him, if treated the wrong way, could easily become a powerful villain, and it would be society's fault for making him one without at least giving him a chance to redeem himself. I believe that Ryukyu can give him that chance and the guidance that he needs, All Might explains. All Might, Chitose says, are you even certain the HPSC will even allow Ryukyu to do this? Wouldn't this take her away from her duties? Like Ryukyu said, the HPSC has no clear regulations in regards to active pro heroes training people to get better with their quirk as long as hero training is not included. Retired pro heroes help kids with their quirk all the time, so this is really no different other than the fact that Ryukyu is active, Hawks says as he walks up to the podium. If I may, Ryuko asks All Might, who nods and step aside, allowing her to get back on the mic. Plus it would not just be me giving quirk training to Izuku if he accepts my offer, but my staff as well, including my physical fitness advisor and my hand-to-hand combat trainer. Also, I would once again like to mention that he will be continuing the rest of his junior high education at my agency, which would be provided by my staff who are certified educators. And upon his passing the UA examination, which I feel he will under Ryukyu's guidance, he would start his hero training at the school where I will be waiting with glee to teach him the ways of being a great hero, next year, since I am only on a teacher internship this year. Please direct any questions in regard to this to UA Public Relations Department, All Might add. ... Silence reigned as everyone was still trying to process what they just heard. All Might was teaching at UA now. He was looking forward to teaching a boy who attacked a group of teenagers. So, it seems like all bases are covered then, Hawks then says, snapping everyone out of their trance. Ryuko pick up on the subtle hint, that will be all the questions that we will be answering. This press brief is over. The footage will be uploaded to my website and all further questions can be direct to my spokesman. Have a good night. Wait a minute, people still. Chitose stood up. No further questions. Ryuko cuts her off as she turns and walks away from the podium, followed by All Might and Hawks. Tomi, on the other hand, kept his eyes trained on Chitose, who just stood there with an emotionless expression on her face. Oh, she is not going to let this go. I better get ready for damage control, he told himself as he moves to follow Ryuko, All Might, Hawks, and Takako as they left the room and into the back hallway. Even though they were out of the conference room, there was still a good number of people milling about in the area, so he quickly pulls out his phone and began texting Takako. He sends it off and watches Takako, waiting for her to get the message. After a moment he watches her pull out her phone and read it, a sly smile appearing on her face a moment later. She then texts a response. Tomi's phone rings and he looks at it. Tomi nods at the logic behind this statement before texting something back. Still though, the fact that All Might and Hawks threw in their support was unexpected. Another press of the send button and Tomi gets a response a few moments later. Yes, too unexpected. I think we need to have a talk with Ryuko. Meanwhile, in the parking lot of the hospital, a high-class limousine pulls out onto the road and drives away. In the back seat of it was an irritated Chitose Kazuki, downing an entire glass of champagne in a single gulp. Who the F*** do they think they are talking to me that way? She growls right before phone next to her ring and she presses a button to put it on speaker. I trust your interview with Himiko Toga went well. Curious, the voice on the other line said. It did not even happen. Chitose responds, the girl already left the hospital before I could even talk to her. And you went through all the trouble of finding out when she goes by there to get her monthly blood packs. The voice chuckles, but it seems like your trip to the hospital was not a total loss from what I am seeing on the TV. I will teach that dragon bitch what happens when you speak out against your betters, Chitose replies. While I agree that the Yukyuan needs to be put in her place, you have other tasking that I have assigned for you to do. I trust that you will be able to complete them. Of course, Destro, I will get started on them immediately, Chitose says. Good, good, see that you do. While I believe that one should always return every slight and insult made against them, you must not let it interfere with our main goal, our dream, Redestro says. You have underlings, I highly suggest you use them. I will, and you will have your report in a week, Grand Commander, Chitose says. I hope you have a pleasant rest of the evening, Curious, Redestro says as he hangs up the phone. Chitose then pulls out her phone and focusing on an image of Ryukyu standing at the podium from the press brief. I'll make you pay for making a fool out of me, you potato-eating bitch, Chitose vows, and if I have to destroy Izuku Midoriya in order to do so, so be it. To be continued. I hope you enjoyed this story. Also remember to subscribe and like this video. See you in the next video.